All right. Mic is up. Everything is good. Let's start that up. And we're good to go. Hey there, everyone. How's it going? It's time for part 6 of my playthrough of Summoner. Where we last left off, we're back in town. We're back in Linnell, but we're down 2 members because the city has been uh, the lands have been taken over by the king's brother, Sarnhan. He has betrayed the king. He made an alliance the uh, with the Oranians, and he let the enemy in the game. So the city is now under the control of the Iranian army, and our party has snuck in. But we're down to 2 players because Jakar and Rosalind have to escort the queen out of the city. So that leaves us with Joseph and Fleece. Hey there, Necro. Yo ho ho. As well, Arg. How you doing? Good to see you. Happy Sunday to you too, or Monday, depending on where you are. But yeah, Joseph and Fleece are the remaining members of the party. So Joseph, he's okay. I mean, he can hold his own in this fight. He won't do as much damage, but he'll hold his own in a fight. Fleece, on the other hand, I have to continue making use of her backstab. Her backstab is key. Also, we're gonna have to use the summon. The Minotaur so far it's not a huge damage dealer, but it is tanky, and it is able to hold its own, which is great. And it moves quickly. It's able to keep up with the party, which I like. Hey, Fractal Line, how you doing? How you doing? Good to see you. I was just talking about what happened last time. So we're still in Linnell. Last time we left off. So we're just going to carry on from there. There's not much else to say, really. We're currently still at 20 deaths. We did not die last stream. The party did not wipe. This might change this time because we're only down to 2 members. We did have a few glitches, so we're now at 4 with that. And we've only had 4 crashes to the desktop. Nothing happened last time, so hopefully it continues the same. But how you doing, Mike? How's your day been? Did you have a good weekend so far? Hold that up. And we should be good. Oh, right. Start the timer. THQ. Not that timer. That timer. Ah, you're back at work. Is Monday morning there in Australia? Ah, yes. Well, hopefully, it's not too distracting. And it's pretty much an easy day at work today, so you don't have any problems other than chilling and having a good time. I'm doing good. I'm excited to resume play. We're at 18 hours and 36 minutes on the game time, but we're actually closer to 30 hours from all the restarts. And crashes. I've lost probably an hour of game time. Also Joseph and Fleece have both leveled up, so we should probably do that. Yeah, we'll do that now. Okay. So I set the AI for Joseph to heal. He'll still attack, but he'll periodically heal whenever I have Fleece, so I think that for now will work. So let's... Whoops, sorry, hit the microphone. Apologies. Right, so we're hitting the level 20 area. So once I hit level 20, my skill points will go back down to 2. So I have to be a little careful here. We're gonna start making a push towards getting blunt weaponry up. What else can I do here in the meantime? Sword 9 is fine. Summon, leave it. Dodge 7, fine. Heal is 8. Staff weaponry, nothing. Parry, nothing. Holy is what, 5? Holy should be 7. 7. So we'll do that. Magic resistance is 5. I'm leveling up blunt because potentially I might come across a hammer which I need to use, and it seems that if the guide that I've taken tells me both Joseph and Jakar should be leveling to the max, aka 10 on blunt, then yeah, we're gonna do that. All right, next up is Fleece. All right, so Appraise is 9, and that's a quest requirement. We need that to finish a quest. I'm not sure if that was required or if it's a side quest still. I'm not entirely sure. It says to put Backstab to 10. We could do that. Dodge is 7. Heavy Arms is 6 requirement. Okay. Lockpick, we could actually finish off. So we could finish off Lockpick right now. Heavy Arms, it says to put it to 6. And Sword 10. But we're gonna actually do Backstab. We'll put another tick to Backstab. The last you saw me, I was a bit disheartened at the game overall. Sounds like the things have picked up for you the last few sessions. Yes, they definitely have. The game is still flawed. Was the last time you saw me play this, was that in the Catacombs? Because that was not a fun time. The Catacombs sucked. But things have increased. Yeah, the Catacombs were bad. The Catacombs, they kind of like highlighted the fact that there's such a discrepancy between these enemies and undead enemies, like skeletons. I don't know how demons are. I think demons are in this game, but I don't know I don't know if demons and skeletons are considered the same category, but it's not fun to fight skeletons because, especially with, I think blunt weaponry is what you need. That's why the game is insisting that you level it up. The problem is that your sword weapons do very little damage. They have a lot of health, and they give you like a quarter of the experience. So they're not fun. So fights take a very long time. There's really no benefit to fighting them. They're not good. But yeah, I think because I haven't really been fighting skeletons, my enjoyment of the game has increased quite a bit more. I did put a tick into Holy. Oh, no, not that one. I still have... Okay. Did I? Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. Alright, so the plan is for me to keep leveling up off of these enemies. There's some pretty decent XP. And, yeah. So that's the plan. Keep leveling off of these soldiers. Alright, so the Minotaur, you go after that. They always keep going after Fleece. There you go. Nice. Backstab is excellent. Nice. Backstab. That was quite a bit of damage. Can't wait to level that up to 10. What are we at backstab here? We're pretty close. 8. Just a couple more levels. It should be capped on that. So that's the plan for now. Just keep leveling off. as we progress slowly through the level. Oh, geez, samurai. All right, samurai, they're good XP enemies. Oh, we kind of screwed up there. I don't think... Yeah, it didn't go through. There we go. Nice. Oof. Oh my god. Alright, we need to refocus here. She is getting her butt kicked. Okay. There you go. That's what I wanted to see. Heal up again. You go after that one that's at full health. And you keep running around. Uh-oh, this is a problem. I gotta get that bless up. That bless is so important. Look at that damage reduction. And we're like from 40 damage to 12. Around there. It's so important to have protect up. There we go. Take that. It's so important. That was a big mistake I did. What happened was I tried casting protect, and one of the problems with the game is that the animation, like you'll use the action points towards it, but the spell won't go through. It's basically a wasted spell. So that happened. That happens occasionally. A bit frustrating. Not much else I can do though. Alright, so Joseph's action points are actually pretty low. Alright, so we're gonna just wander around a bit. And see if we can, like, find, like... Yeah, it looks like someone we can fight one-on-one. Or 1v3. Oh, he got aggroed. Are the combat mechanics basically D&D 3E or something like that? Now, my only real experience with D&D is playing Eye of the Beholder. The series, the Eye of the Beholder series. So I don't know what rule set it uses, but I would say no, that this is just very RNG based. I mean, yeah, your stats do apply, I guess, and some, but there's no way for me to really know what these rule sets are. It is its own IP. It's not set in any known universe other than Summoner. But yeah, it does at times try to incorporate certain like familiar properties into the game, like with like with regards to healing and I mean the only thing that's different is that I think with resting, you don't really need to rest in this game in order to get back your mana. You think Eye of the Beholder is based on 2E rules? Oh, is it? Okay. But yeah, there's no like what's it called, THAC0 or THAC0. There's nothing like that. No, nothing that in depth. I wonder what the first D&D property, because this was a launch title on the PS2, so I wonder what the first property they put on the PS2 was. Was it? It wasn't Baldur's Gate. Not Baldur's Gate. What's it called? The 2 action RPGs in the D&D universe. I have them. Dark Alliance. That's it. Was it Dark Alliance? Were those the 2 first? Were those the first D&D properties on PS2? Or was it something else? It could be. I do know there was another game. Unlike Dark Alliance, that one was also ported to PC. Something Stone? Darkstone? Was that what it was called? I can't remember. Hey, Croptican, how you doing? Demon Stone, that's it. That's the one. Thank you. You don't think it's D&D? Doesn't it have like is it Forgotten Realms D&D? Isn't it? I could have sworn it had the Forgotten Realms property on there. Is it called Darkstone? Or Demon Stone? Sorry, Demon Stone. Demon Stone. I keep getting mixed up between Demon Stone. yeah, it's Demon Stone. Yes, I'm playing Summoner. This is the PC port. It is using a fan patch. And to play this in a window, I am using DigiVoodoo 2. DigiVoodoo 2. Am I going backwards? I am. Is this actually... Too many soldiers guard the bridge. We can't cross here. Okay. So there is a bit of an invisible wall here. Okay. Good to know. I guess we can't go into the old city. Yeah, Forgotten Realms is, and yes, Demonstone is. Yeah, okay. Fun fact is the first game I played at E3 2000. I was there for the PS2 launch. It was my first E3. I don't go anymore now. Was it that kind of experience with Summoner? This was the first game I ever bought for the PS2. I showed it multiple times during the stream. But yeah, here's my copy still on PC. I mean PS2. Still got it. I didn't finish it. I think towards the end game. And I remember that I got my butt kicked because I think I did not do a proper build of my characters. You had a weird, different cover. Yes, in Europe I think it's like a hand with a ring, whereas this is the North American cover. And it's actually not bad. There you go. When you open the manual, it gives you like a nice little... It's very cool. It's a very cool. But this is the one you got, I think, in Europe and Australia. That hand. They put that on the CD. The NA one, the North American one was like, I like the North American one. It gave like this sense of like, oh, what kind of game could this be? Look at that frothing Minotaur. Look at that Minotaur with his frothing mouth and his blood-stained scythe. Is it a scythe? I don't know. But it left so much to the imagination. You like the subtlety of the European one? I don't know. I like this one, actually. You can see, like, on the behind the game details, if you can actually see the European cover, and it is a good cover. I like it because it does also leave a lot to the imagination. But I do like the Summoner cover for North America. Okay, let's. Let's have you run and fight that thing. I guess not attacking? Okay, that works. Okay, focus up here. Alright, Fleece, you know what to do. This guy doesn't want to attack, that's fine with me. Oh, now he's attacking. Nope, no he's not. Okay. Whoops, nope, don't backstab. Cast that. Fleece. I need to have you run behind this dude. Okay, let's see if we can get you backstab running. Gotcha. Alright, excellent. Now run to the samurai. Oh, this is making me want to play this again. Thanks for streaming it. Hey, it's I think it deserves a playthrough at least. I mean, considering the fact that I never beat it, I have always wanted to finish it. I've also wanted to play the sequel. So, yeah. It's got flaws. Even though the PC version does have improvements. I've touched on this many times already. The PC version, even with its improvements, still has some serious problems. But I'm still liking it. I'm hoping that the parts of the game which I didn't like, because I know they're going to have to reappear, those moments. Hopefully I'll be able to have alternate methods by which I can ease through those sections. I shall stick around for long this time. Don't work tomorrow. Oh, nice. You have a bank holiday? You can tell the game designers really tried to make the combat deep and interesting. I guess they ran out of time to refine it. I guess they had it was a tight window, right? They couldn't really delay it because it was a launch title for a brand new console. So they had to get it out the door by then. So some things work, some things definitely needed to be improved upon. But I mean, so far the positives are outweighing the negatives, which is making me still interested in the game. They were heavily inspired by tabletop RPGs, but they were not as refined as they are now. No, oh man, we actually talked about. Oh, you weren't there. Was it? I don't think it was last stream. It was the stream before. We just went into this whole discussion about tabletop games. I'm not very big. I wouldn't say I'm big into it, but I'm not very involved in the world of tabletop gaming. But some of the people who are watching are, and it was a very interesting discussion. Some very good games. I was actually recommended one. I actually checked it out on Amazon. Time Stories. I looked at it. It looks really cool. It seems really interesting. I can't wait to watch a video on how that plays out, because I heard it's like very unique. Okay, oh, what's he doing? 99 damage, nice. That soldier was so considerate, not attacking waiting till its compadres are dead. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, let's heal. Nice job, team. Nice job. Good job, everyone. I was playing Traveler earlier today. That's a whole other discussion. Like I said, I'm not very familiar with tabletop games. Is Traveler the same type of... Like, so I've heard of, like... For instance, this game Time Stories is, like... The unique thing about it is that it's kind of done in seasons, I guess. But... I guess the more you play it, the more... the less able you are to keep playing the game, I guess. I don't know. I think there are, like, finite amounts of times you can play the game. Which is kind of a unique thing that people seem to really like about it. Usually I'm all for, like, not having pieces be one-time use things, but it's a very intriguing premise. Is our bless? No status effect. Oh. Gotta fix that. Bless it up. What's the premise of Traveler? Is it like Time Stories? Summoners like Gloomhaven. Now, Gloomhaven I've heard about. Again, I've never played it, but I have heard about it. I heard it's very good. Also, I heard it's like one of those games where you can play it solo. I definitely... That's really piqued my interest. If it wasn't the price tag, though, because it's not cheap. that's a pretty pricey game. For a solo game, that's pretty expensive. But I believe it's on computer. I think there's a digital copy you can download and play, right? Isn't that right? Is this the right way? Am I going to the Crown District? No, yes, yeah, I am, but I want to finish off and see if I've pretty much cleared out the area. Yeah. It's quite complex. Gloomhaven can be played digitally and it can be played solo. Yeah. I would like to try... Whoops. Oh, I lost my summon. Of course you lose your summon. What? Let's fix that. Skills, summon. There we go. Weapons out, fellows. There's two of them right there. Let's go after them. Alright. Let's move Fleece over here. Is that other guy coming? He isn't. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, 142 backstab. See, don't auto walk. Come on, stay behind the target. Very frustrating sometimes. Good job. Backstab with a 15% damage bonus. Nice, I like that. There we go. Some more gold and another battle axe. Is that Bill Bull? It is Bill Bull. Speaking of Bill Bull, I haven't seen him stream lately. Where has he been? It's been a while, right? Oh, am I just missing the times he's streaming? Hey, who's this? Canis the Mercenary. Shaking his head, the mercenary looks you over with a wry grin. So, here are you then. Don't you know about the curfew? Prince's orders. Orders? The mercenary yawns. We're to attack on sight, but why should I bother? I'm outnumbered. They don't pay me well enough to die. Pay you well enough? I haven't made a career of fighting ruffians single-handed. I make sure the odds are well in my favor before I draw my blade. Ruffians? No offense, I meant nothing by it. But the prince says I'm to kill anyone on the street after dark. Kill? Not very nice now, is he? And what do I get? A night of revels in the tavern and a month of eating dirt and stones. Tavern? With this curfew, all the taverns are closed. I'm dying of thirst, and this armor is too uncomfortable. Lahara cursed the prince and his Rennie friends. Armor? Aye, this armor. Not like those fancy enameled suits the knights wear. Oh no, feels like I'm wearing a big pot. A big pot. And the smell. I stink like swineherd. But I'll tell you what, robes look comfortable. Should have been a priest. Priest? The priest lived well enough before the massacre. Even the almsgivers did all right, but I have no mind for all that blabbing and chanting. Massacre? Aye, let bygones be bygones. How about some alms for the poor? In a week I'll be dead, so a few coins will tie me over until they stick me like a pig. Rennie friends? The four riders. Never say a word. Strangest pids you ever saw. Attack him or give him 10 gold pieces. I'm looking forward to Frosthaven, its sequel. Yeah. I thought that was already out. That didn't come out yet. Give him the 10 gold pieces. Honestly, I don't even know if I have 10 gold pieces. I had like 35,000. Then I bought all this armor and weaponry. I should have enough. Oh yeah, no, I just got it from the drop. Yeah, yeah. Much obliged, friend. Is there anything else? No. Was he guarding something? I guess not. Let's see, is Blessed is worn off? This game did much to show all the capabilities of the PS2. Yeah, you're not wrong. If there was one thing I did enjoy looking at was the game environment. I mean, yeah, it may not be the best looking game now, but back then, I thought it was very decent looking. My only complaint was that, no, you know what? I think they could have done a better job with the interface. The interface, I don't think like, one of the big complaints I have with this game is that the camera is locked to the character. You can't free roam with the camera. And I think that's a huge problem with this game. If they did a better job of that... I'm goofed up on that. There we go. If they had done a better job with the camera, like allow me to freeform, move around, be more... Because this game does try to be tactical. You can pause, you can move your characters while paused, you can issue commands while paused. But the camera is a huge problem because sometimes you're just stuck in these corridors and and I don't like some of the angles the game gives me. Oops, wrong one. Let's get some chains going. I missed that. Alright, bless, revitalize. This game did much to show off the oh, sorry, no more warping textures. Yeah, you're right. You are right. Not as good as Dark Alliance games that you were chatting about earlier. Yeah, I have them. I've never played them, though. But I do have them, so I wouldn't mind playing them on stream to see what they're like. Oh, but there's so many D&D games I had to get through. I bought a whole bunch of them off of GOG when they had a sale not too long ago. And so I would really like to... Okay, here we go. We got one. Alright, get over here. Oh, here comes the second guy. So many games. The gold box games I've never played. So I would love to start playing that on stream. I do know there's the gold box companion, so I'm gonna download that and get the ball running on that. Yeah, massive D&D bundles together. Yes, I think it was the same bundle probably. They gave away the Eye Beholder trilogy. I can't believe they did that. Really? Oh yeah, right, they did. I mean, I already had them, so I didn't have to pick them up. But anyone that wants to play like a decent set of dungeon crawlers, there's your ticket. Only thing is, I would, unless you're a purist that's really into like making your own maps, get the companion guide. Get the companion, the map companion. That really helped. What was it? I forgot the name of it. But highly recommend you get that map companion. The auto mapper. The clerics at the beginning of the first one were dodgy as all hell. The clerics. I honestly can't remember. It's a good heal. Was that the samurai? Okay. You go after that. Good hit. Nice. And look how much XP it gives. Killing those samurais are some good eats. No contest. Absolutely none. Dude, it looked lawful good, but it was really over the top. It was very clever. Again, I don't remember. It's been a while since I played the Eye of the Beholder series. I actually do want to replay it. Just because it was such a poor experience the first time, because my internet was so dodgy that I had frequent disconnections. I had problems with the video quality. I had to keep dropping the bitrate because the frames were dropping. I was losing like 20,000 frames a stream sometimes. It was that bad. So I would really like to do a replay of that series. Whoa, what? What just happened? Oh. Alright, let's fix this. Oh, for goodness sakes, really? Yeah, that was interesting clipping because it also showed the penalty that your character gets if they're on the lore. If the enemy has the high ground, your party member, when they attack and they hit, gets a 25% damage reduction as a result. Alright, once again, let's move the Minotaur. We'll call him Manny. We'll move Manny over here. And we'll move Fleece over here. Alright, pause that again. So you attack. And you backstab. Good eats. The protect spell is so important in this game. Otherwise I'd be taking 40 damage a hit. So good. I think... Who are you? Priest of Uroth. Wild-eyed and terrified, the young priest holds you at bay with his dagger. Stay away with me! Stay away from me! He yelps. Get back! I've armed myself! Uroth, help me! I'll kill you all! What happened? Savages! All the innocent blood you've spilled! The priest shrieks. You've put 100 holy men to the sword! Holy men? I warn you! The death of our order means the death of creation. Who else will speak the right? You fiends are the vanguard of a new age. New age? The second chaos, as foretold in the book of the Harikon. When the right is silenced, all will be ashes. Lahara, eat my soul! Lahara? I'll die a martyr, the last voice in the wilderness. Kill me now, free swords! We won't hurt you. The priest lowers his dagger. Forgive me, he pleads. I thought you were soldiers of the prince. I must be going mad. They've massacred the order. Massacred? In the second chaos, Medivh will fall. The Galadians will sink into the sea. The New Varsarum will rule over this realm of death. They anointed the temple with blood. Second chaos. What solace for those who survive? Flee the city? Run from this cursed place? Neither king nor prince reigns here, but death itself. Death? Surenhan's knights stormed the temple. They killed the priests who spoke the right. Our icons are sanctified by the blood of holy men. Temple? How dare they profane that sacred place? I fled, and I know not how I survived. Fled? There are others among us, traitors, disciples of darkness. The priest glances nervously around him. I must go now. I am in danger. Please, leave this place. Farewell. Okay, so it seems that some of the priests of Uroth were traitors. It pays to do some exploring. What? What's this? An amethyst. Ooh. Cool. Let's draw our weapons and make a bold dash for this soldier hiding here. We'll get a couple of hits in. Nope, our Minotaur decided to run off over there and fight that dude. That is not what I wanted. I think what happened is that because Fleece and Joseph are actually taking up 2 spots, the Minotaurs decided to auto-target something else. That's my only theory. Oh, I forgot. Cast that. We'll get some damage reduction. There we go. Good hit, Fleece. That backstab is coming in pretty handy right now. Anyone else? Yeah. Right there. There you are. Oof. That dodge skill is not coming in handy right now. There we go. There's one. Good job. Okay. Let's move you over here. Let's move the Minotaur over here. Why isn't she attacking? There we go. Ah. Sometimes the mouse cursor did it again. Good hit. Leather arm guards, we've already got that. Anyone else to take out? No. Okay. I think it's time to move on to... This is the Crown District, so what is this? The next part is what, the temple area? That's where we have to go, by the way. We are not heading to the palace. We are, in fact, going to go to the Temple of Uroth, where that priest has just mentioned there was a massacre. Whoa. Oh, yeah. There's probably a ton more soldiers lying around. Yeah, here we go. Oh, hey. Hello. I didn't even notice you were there. Alright. I'm not good with these chains. There we go. Nice. Very nice. Take this guy out. heal that. Also, I'm hearing people talking. So, oh, hey there. All right, Minotaur. Focus up on that dude. There we go. Come around for the back and do another backstab. Bam! 159. That's what I'm talking about. Good job, team. Who needs Jakar and Rosalind? I do. The Minotaur is definitely a good summon. He's definitely made things... Like, the Golem is good. It's just that he moves way too slow. The Minotaur is actually a decent summon. He may not do the amazing damage, but... I mean, considering the amount of damage he does for what he looks like, it is low, in my opinion. I think he could do a lot bigger, much more. He should be doing like 100, not 25. But that's just that's me. That's just my opinion. No, she turned around. Okay. An ad, yeah. I mean, for the most part, it's not too bad when you get an ad, but I mean, if it's like 3 or 4 of them, then it could be a problem. That's why I was a little hesitant to fight that group of 3. As good as the team is so far, I am a little worried that we'll get overwhelmed. Also, speaking of which, I haven't saved in a while. Let's save. There we go. You gotta love MMORPG tropes you can see in offline games sometimes. Yeah, the one thing I like about with this game is the fact that you can run if you know how to not balance or deal with the hate system. It seems like the hate system is designed so that the person who has the lowest armor will get targeted. So Fleece gets targeted. So if she tries to run away, she can sometimes like she can basically take off the hate, and that's why sometimes you'll see me running around and run around behind and do a backstab. So I like that. It reminds me a lot of an MMO I used to play with the thief sub job. With the thief class, I mean. Alright. There's 3 of them there, so we're gonna do this by the numbers. We are going... Whoops! I launched it on my face. I meant to throw it on them, but of course, game being the game, it didn't select. I couldn't highlight them, so instead of declicking, I clicked on the area. Whoopsie. There we go. Oh, we missed. And now we've lost sound effects. Oh, this happens from time to time. I don't know why it happens, but it's frustrating. Okay, I think we got it back. All right, let's vitalize. And you backstab. Oh, blessed is off. Gotcha. Kiting was a thing. Yeah, kiting. Kiting the enemy is fun. But it's hard to do if you're bad at it. And you also have to work within the constraints of the game. Sometimes the kiting, especially in this game, may not work as you hope. Enemies will like... There was an instance where I tried kiting and the enemy just kept... like, no, I'm gonna stay on the target. And I was like, no, 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 once you attack me, I'll try to do some damage and get it to try to run around, like, get it to chase me. So that it's a viable tactic in this game. It's actually worked pretty well for the most part. But there are times where sometimes it doesn't work as you hope. But for the most part, it does work. Alright. I think we might be done with this area, but I want to see if there's anything to open, any doors. Oh, hey, there's a dude here. Let's walk back. Good hit. No, come on. Nothing to take. Can't open this door. Let's take a look. We're actually pretty close to level 18. That's actually not bad. Not bad, not bad. Of course, the game's, Can you pick it? No.
Success.
Yo, you can pick the door? A collar of dexterity. I picked the armor shop door and I stole something? That is awesome. I didn't know you could do that. What is that? The collar dexterity. Dodge +1, parry +1. I think I already have that, don't we? No. Oh, sneak. Since I'm not really using sneak anymore, let's swap this out. Dodge and parry. There we go. Let's go through this again. Let's see. What do you have? Backsight. Holy Fire. Yeah, we're gonna keep that. We do not have another shield, so we can't equip her with one, unfortunately. Yeah, yoink indeed. I didn't expect that to actually do anything. I was just seeing if there was if the door was gonna... I thought maybe the merchant would be in there, we could buy stuff. I didn't expect it to say the message is locked. What about here? Is this locked? It is locked.
Success.
Hello? The Ring of Electris. Whoa. What is that? Energy +2. It augments the wearer's ability with energy spells. Okay. Cool. Just pilfer that as well. What about this? Oh, I've already opened that door. Oh, stick! Hard to believe an hour in and no one redeemed that yet. You actually missed the last time. Nobody redeemed it for over 3 hours. Over 3 hours of streaming, nobody redeemed it. It's good to see you, though. How's your day been? Something you always find in a baker's, apparently. Is that a... I don't think that's a baker's sign. That is... It's just like a grocery, so it's like bread. That's probably cheese, apples, some beans, in a bag. But you can't buy any food from here, which is funny. Anything else worth pilfering? I mean, borrowing? Yo, is that a soldier? Get over here. It's been going, you just got off work? Whoa. Oh my gosh.
4 months.
4 months indeed. Pi, thank you for the resub. Wow, that's very kind of you. How you doing? Good to see you. Possessions is 9/10 of the law. It is. Oh man, that's so kind of you. I heard Star Trek Online made some news. And not in a good way. Hopefully you didn't buy that package that they offered and then suddenly decided we're not. Oh, what do you mean? Apparently Cryptic advertised like an item for like $100. It was like a pack of various items. This is according to the news report. And one of them the advertisement included a set of keys to unlock chests with. And when people who bought the item received it, there were no keys. And so Cryptic apologized, saying that it was an error in advertising. And then they just removed that part from the ad and pretended like it wasn't there anymore. But if you use the Wayback Machine, you can actually see the part where they list it. So, and this is not the first time they've done it, apparently. They did it with Neverwinter. Yes, it was an error in advertising, according to them. But when it happens more than once... Oh! The king!
Belius is dead. And now, I claim the crown that is rightfully mine. I have kept my end of the bargain, Farinka Moano. I now insist that you keep yours.
You defile these sacred stones with innocent blood. Where is Gamillion? If the Queen has escaped...
The Queen is of no concern to you.
What of the Duke of Taraman? Though you hold Ganel, that does not yet make you king. In 3 days, your fortunes may have turned.
General Pagian and I will handle the Duke of Taraman. Now do as you're told, or I will find another frock to play the Hierophant for me.
Kneel before me, your Highness. May the gods bless this crown, and thus sanctify their servant Sornahan, upon whose head we place this sign of royal majesty. In their name I proclaim you King of Mediva, Prince of the Runari, Victor of the Conquest, the one true heir of Uraz the Father, and protector of the realm.
I hate to interrupt your pomp and reveling, King Sonahan, but may I remind you that Murad is your master now? The Emperor has no need for ceremonies. He wants the boy.
And I assure you, General Pagian, that the boy will come to you. Have your man wait here in the temple, and you will see. My spies inform me he is already in the city. But we have more pressing matters to discuss, General. Taruman will not wait for us to make our plans.
Very well, but I warn you. Murad is a cruel master to those who betray his trust.
All right. Okay, here we are. Let's prep. Yeah. That's what some people are saying, that it's not this is not the first time they've done this, which is a shame. I mean, I considering how most MMOs go, the fact that Star Trek Online is still ongoing and it still has a strong fan base is nice. But the fact that they've done this more than once is a little weird. It's a little iffy that they've advertised like it comes with keys and then they pull it and then they say, oh, it's a mistake, and it's $100. It's not a cheap bundle. It's $100. People are paying money, and I mean, at the least they could do is give those people keys, but they didn't. I don't like that. He has a goatee, therefore he is therefore he's evil. Yeah. Any servant of the king that wears all black and has a goatee cannot be trusted. This shown again and again in literature and in screen. That's actually his brother. His own brother betrayed him. Surprise, surprise. The brother to the king has betrayed him. Shock. Shock. This is my shocked face. Mario, how you doing? How's it going, Mario? So good to see you. How's your day been? All right, let's cast. Let's not cast. Let's first summon, then we cast. So, he wouldn't be fire-based, but we're still gonna summon the Minotaur. I do like the way he gets summoned, though. Look at when he gets summoned, and then he summons his scythe. Like, bang! Here's my scythe. I like that. Is cool. That I like. All right, now let's cast Bless. Okay, we're all protected. Let's save. All right. I mean, I could wait for my AP to come back for Joseph, but I think we're going to go in. Hey there, crack-smoking warlock. Good name. Everyone in this game has cheekbones that could cut diamonds. Yeah, you should take a look at Joseph. Look at him. Now, he's been made more times than once that his face looks like he looks very emaciated. My theory is because of his past. He's got so much guilt. He like refuses to, like, it's like, you know, when guilt eats away at you, some people they just don't eat, they don't do anything, so he's like suffered this mental torment. That's my only theory as to why he looks like that. I mean, she looks okay, but Joseph, whoa. That is a pretty good summon. Does he have life points? Is he time bombed? No, he doesn't. That's the one thing I like about Summoner. The summons you cast do not have a time limit. Either they die, or you desummon them, or you zone out and they disappear and you have to resummon them. But they're there. They're a party member. That's why the slot is there, and I like that. Joseph, aka Skeletor. It's not up there with a Final Fantasy VII summon though. Well, I mean, given the fact that it's like in the game like this is pretty good. Speaking of, oh crap! I hope it didn't desummon. Okay, it didn't. Okay, so here's the plan. We all run. Oh, he paralyzed us. Everyone run. Everyone get to higher elevation, buddies. Come on, guy. He's still paralyzed. Oh, he's still paralyzed. Joseph, no! Everyone. There we go. Let's go. Fleece. Why are you running there? Run. There's a reason why. It's because you're always, because he's on a horse, you're always being penalized for your attacks. So it feels like, so far, like the only way I've been able to counteract his attacks is by getting on an elevation, so that when you're on an angle above him, the penalty doesn't seem to apply as much. That's happened so far in like the other fights with the other horsemen. I don't know how it'll work here though. This is kind of weird. Let's move you all up here. Okay, is he coming? I can't tell them to stop. Okay. This is good. Let's move you up here. Let's move you here. That's what I wanted. Excellent. So you can't actually, you can't attack the horse. You have to attack him. Oh, my dog is barking. I'm amazed this was originally a PS2 title. The gameplay seems far more PC friendly. Well, yeah. When they did port it to PC, they did make some changes to the interface. One, I don't think. So I have the PS2 version. I've shown it multiple times. I just want to take a look at the screenshots. Just because I'm not... Okay. So, yeah, I believe the interface was designed... So I don't think you can see this. You see that screenshot there? Oh, it's really bad. Sorry. The sun is right there. But you can see the icons of the portraits are on the right side. There's no, the entire bottom banner that you see is completely gone. It's not there. So they added that so that, because they knew this was a PC port, so they added, so that's the thing, at least Volition, they were originally a PC developer. So they know that people aren't going to like a cheap, shoddy PC port of a PS2 game. So they did make some like attempts to streamline the interface for us. So we have our character portraits at the bottom. We can open our inventory and whatnot from using mouse clicks. It's not bad, but it doesn't work in other aspects. But Summon red minotaurs, black imps. I have not come across a black imp to summon. How do I get that? Interesting. Black imp. All right. So, all right. Actually, first things first. One annoying thing about this is that every time, especially during these staged boss fights, you always lose your buffs. Luckily, the summon doesn't go away, but you always lose your buffs. Because I buffed before the cutscene, I didn't know there was going to be a cutscene. I lost my buff, so now I got to recast Protect. Look at that, 77 damage. That's a hefty price. All right, good job on the Protect. Okay. Let's... There, please. It's gonna be rough. Joseph, what are you doing, man? Oh, he ran away. You know what? Go after him. He's already at half health. See, now he's on his second stage. He gets off the horse. once again, if you click our portrait, all our buffs are gone. So we have to recast again. All right. Oh, actually, this works because now that he's on his... Behind there, Joseph. Run there. Oh, 125 damage. Take that. Oh, you're getting slapped in the face. Get out of here. You're garbage. You're garbage. Get out. You're nothing. Run. Flee, you fool. Oh, Croptican. I'm digging this game. Yeah, it's decent. I mean, it's got problems. But I don't mind
Follow
it
me, Joseph.
so far.
There is one last thing we must do.
What must we do? I just saw something and I can't believe they did that. Whoa.
This, Joseph, is the Forge of Urath. From these fires, the god made our ancestors, the winged Sudani.
Yago, I have the 4 rings. What more do I need to do?
Individually, the rings are powerful, but not powerful enough. A summoner who places the rings together in the Forge of Urath will unite the 4 into one. One all-powerful ring. And you are the first in thousands of years to fulfill the summoner's destiny.
But how do I put the rings in the fire?
By placing them on your hand and submerging them in the forge.
Put my hand in the fire? Are you mad?
A mere mortal would be destroyed. But you are the summoner, the Sahugani. You were born with this power and chosen for this destiny. Do not be afraid. The flames will not harm you.
I have a feeling Yago's gonna betray us.
Yes! By destroying these rings, Sahugani, you have freed the demons from their prison. Only a summoner could have accomplished such a feat. You have been most obliging.
Help!
And Fleece, you too have been quite useful. We will pay you the fee agreed upon. May your gold give you pleasure until the end of your days.
Fleece, you betrayed me!
No. Yago said he wanted the rings. He promised he wouldn't hurt you. Now that you've had what you want, Yago, let him go.
Oh no! Joseph is bound for Orenia. He shall be a gift to our friend, the Emperor Murad.
Why are you doing this?
We have no more use for the man you knew as Yago. It is time we revealed our true nature.
I know you remember me, Joseph, for you summoned me at the village of Siran. It was I who destroyed your people and cursed your memory for all eternity.
The demons now unleashed, General Pegian returned to Orenia with his prisoner, a gift for the Emperor Murad. Though the summoner had lost his powers, Murad could not dispose of him. If Joseph were to die, a new summoner would be born to take his place. So the Emperor entombed his nemesis in a chamber below the Tower of Ela, there to live out his days. Having betrayed her friend, Fleece returned to Iona. With Rosalind and Jakar, she hoped to journey to Orenia and free Joseph from the tower. But Jakar had sworn to defend the queen, and she remained on Iona as the demons ravaged the kingdom. Thus, Rosalind and Fleece set sail for Orenia, seeking the Tower of Ela and the Summoner's living tomb.
Whoa! I can't believe I forgot all that. I knew Yago was something was off about him. I didn't know he was the demon. Oh man, Joseph! Joseph was betrayed! Ah, Fleece! Fleece! How could you? You Judas. Was it worth it? Oh wow, she's got nice armor now. What the hell is this? The spring steel leather. I didn't have this before. 30? When did this happen? When did I get this? This wasn't part of my repertoire. Wait, what? Yeah. That's new. That's awesome. 30 damage. 30 protection. Speed point. Resist slashing +2. Heavy arms +1. Equipable by Fleece. This armor grants extraordinary protection to the wearer's torso. That I equipped. This is everything's the same except the armor got changed. Some time has passed off camera. Most likely. Also, I think we lost a lot of those side quests. Oh, we lost a ton of side quests. How many side quests did we lose? Oh man, okay, let's save. And let's load. Oof. Okay, so I lost Crazy Ivan, the Seeds of Aur, Torva's Magic Flute, the Shards of... I think that one's still there. Miala the Aomani. Man, we lost a lot. Oof. Okay, well, the Infestation one is fine. Man, we lost a ton. She bought stuff, well, for 30, was it 30 gold pieces? I hope it was worth it, Judas. I hope it was worth it. Never plays, but I guess there's going to be a redemption arc for Fleece. Maybe. I am so shocked. Did we get anything else? Okay, we have all our gear from Joseph. So the Scutum shield. All our gear is here. All the rings are destroyed, though. We have 31 Bassite tails for a quest we don't have anymore. So we have the Secrets of Dakanim. Tomb of Gaunus. The Tome of Gaunus. Durgan the Sailor. So that's still a quest. Alright. I mean, the only reason it's a quest is because he walked all the way to Orenia, so we have to go to Orenia, so we may be able to finish it that way. And Thadal the Wanderer. We lost a lot. That's fine. What can you do? What level is she? Level 17 still. Oh yeah, now she has a 20% resistance to slashing. I think we're definitely going to need... Oh, you know what? And now that I don't need... There you go. So where's Rosalind? That scene may very well said end, Act 1 end, as it sure feels like the story is veering in a different direction for the foreseeable future. Yeah, indeed. You have to go and get some sleep. Good night. Thanks again for the awesome stream. And you may rest recapping your towered Amiga A1200 tomorrow. Well, good luck with that. And, yo, it was real fun to talk with you again after such a long time. And have fun with that. Best of luck. Hopefully nothing happens and it's all well and done when you finish it off. Thanks again, man. You have a good one. Oh, wait. Who's that? Oh, shoot. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't think you'd be... Okay, well, that's a thing. Alright, so this is a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. Let's keep... We have to keep chaining. $1,200 XP. So this is a problem because now I have no way of healing without potions, and that's why you hoarded potions until now. Oh, how many potions do I have to work with? What would it be under? This, right? It's been so long, I honestly don't know. What's this? Magic items. Yeah. So we have 23 recovery droughts, which is... That's regenerate. So we'll use that. And we have 37 healing drought, so that'll heal instantly. It's like a small heal, that's fine. We have 14 health tonics, moderate amounts, that's 14 of them. What do I have on here? Sneak and hide. 30 HP? I don't know, maybe we can use something else. Ring of Proficiency and max AP 10. Not a big deal with our AP. Ring of Aggression. Counterattack and critical hit. Now we need to dodge and parry. I like how the music has changed as well. I don't even know where I am. Sneak is 3. If I swapped it out... No, not that one. It's not a Ring of Aggression, is it? No, no, no. Where's the one that... Oh. There it is. I thought it was a ring. Oh, it's not. Oh, that sucks. Maybe she'll get a critical hit. I must find Joseph. I won't leave Ela without him. Oop, I got caught. Not bad. How is she on levels? She's close. Not about to pop, but She's close. I'm gonna have to keep chaining. Now the guide said, the manual does say if you keep chaining, the enemy will be unable to attack, but I don't know if it works like that. Yeah. Well, we're gonna keep alternating between 2 attacks. So yeah, we're gonna stick with 2 basic chain attacks because the kick attack pushes the enemy out of the way so that it loses chain. So we're gonna try and keep the chain going as long as we can. Oops, too fast. The guides also did say do not go beyond a chain 9 because it does cost action points. So so it is a bit of a double-edged sword here. But considering the fact that all she has is her backstab and I can't do it on anyone, look at that, my AP, my action points is almost, they're like, it's less than half. There we go. Okay. Do I have any new skills? Yeah, maybe I should take a look at that. Just backstab. Lockpick is 10, that's fine. Appraise 9, that's for a quest apparently. Magic resist is 1. Oh, Nightmare, finally a decent summon. Oh man, you missed it. You missed probably one of the better plot twists that you could have imagined for a launch title PS2 game. Joseph has been betrayed. Apparently Iago is not Iago. Iago was never Iago. Iago was the demon that destroyed the village when he summoned him as a child. And it's been waiting all this time. And Iago, aka the demon, tricked Joseph into destroying all the rings. So, and it was Fleece who helped him do that. Fleece, at the end you see Iago go to Fleece and say, "You'll get your money. Well done." And then Joseph is like, "How could you have betrayed me?" Oh, it was so good. All right, let's see if we can at least get the backstab. Bam! That's a backstab. Fleece would know something about backstabbing, I guess. Never too soon. It was. And then Joseph was captured, and now he's a... So Joseph has been captured by Arenia. And the Emperor knows that if he kills Joseph, a new summoner will be born. So he basically just imprisoned him for the rest of his life. So Fleece, I guess, feeling immense guilt at what she's done, apparently Rosalind is supposed to be here, but she's not in the party. She's trying to save Joseph, who's now a prisoner in a tower. And that's where we're at right now. Oh yeah, I can't. Did Fleece have dark magic? No. Dark. You know what? We're gonna save. Uh-oh. Whoopsie. Oh, hell. Okay. Maybe I should reload. Is that not a... Is there not a way to, like, put this on the bar? No. Man, this thing doesn't give much HP at all. Look at that. It's so little. What else? Ugh, let's try the regeneration. This is actually not good. Let's try the health tonic. That's actually not bad. Look at that. You can actually stun them as long as you keep the chains going. Stop. So I think it also works so that the more chains you do, the more action points it costs. So you could see like it was going from 1 to 2 to 3. So that's why it says not to go beyond 9. Too fast. There you go. Oh boy. Save. New save. Hey there, Paradigm. Deus Ex is so good. Yep. Good game. It was a good game. How far are you at now? Nothing in there. Oh. So good. A fine bladed katana. I'll take that. Yeah, that's fine. Whenever possible, we're gonna try to save as much as we can after kills, because we need to. So I'm gonna overwrite the existing save here. There is a guard there. Come on.
I am a clever one.
A new level, and she got back her health as a result. Very nice. All right. She is now level 18. Let's see. Fleece. 9 is where we want to leave it. Backstab. We'll actually max that out. Dodge is already at 8. Heavy arms, 6. Lockpick is 10. Trip is 10. What is trip? Increase the knock an enemy to the ground. Ooh, yeah. And sword 10. Sword is 6. Oh. Put that there. She is a clever one. She is. She pulled the wool over everyone's eyes. Oh, Yago. I knew something was off about him. I couldn't remember what it was. I just want to say I'm so glad that I forget a lot of these games I play through. Like the stories, like the main plot points. Because it feels like I'm playing it for the first time. I totally forgot that. That's so good. Oh man, it feels it is. It's like I'm seeing it for the first time. I completely forgot about it. Oh, so good. Let's walk up. A Wakasashi. That's new. 38 damage. 0.67. This slow piercing weapon inflicts moderate damage upon foes. It can also be used as a dagger. Can it? Can you dual wield? No. What's this? 40. This one's way better. This high quality knife. Could she? Oh, she can. But no, her backstab skill won't work. You need that. We also need the shield. Sneak is on cooldown. That works. I'm glad that as janky as the game is, that for the most part, sneaking behind enemies, and then when she takes off her cowl or her hood in order to do the backstab, it doesn't like glitch out or something. For the most part, it's worked. The only time it doesn't work is when your sneak skill fails, and that's fine. That's perfectly acceptable. So I'm glad that the game, for that thing, it actually does work. I think there might be someone up there. Oh, I might be off angle. Okay, still worked. All right, any gear, any items here? No. What about here? Nope. Samurai. I mean, my sneak skill is not great. It's 3. It's not very good. And it's being augmented by an item. Anyone here walking? Good. Let's wait for that cooldown. It would be nice if the game actually told you how much was left on the timer, but luckily sneak doesn't take too long. She's got a long way to go to get to her level 19. And after once she hits level 20, that's it. It's going to be like... I know at some point the level requirements to get to the next level like increase immensely. I think the walkthrough that I was reading mentioned anywhere from... I think it was level 20 something, a level 25. To get from level 25 to 26 or something, it's like 1 million or 2 million XP. So that's gonna be fun. All right. So where did I come from? I came from here, right? Yeah. All right. So let's save. Close, but whatever. That works. There's someone there. I think he's walking. Oh, they got caught. Oof. And because I'm on an elevation, it's a problem. Down here. This works. I actually forgot to take a look and see if I got new chain skills to work with. There we go. Yeah, the chaining is actually pretty decent. I'm also only focusing on switching between 2 chains. I'm not using all 4 chains because it's easier it's easier for me to like just go back and forth between 2 of them and just keep doing damage that way. The other thing is that it feels like with those 2 chains, there's nothing fancy she's doing, so it's easier to see the chain icon. All right, let's take a look and see what we have here. All right, let's see. So I've been using control and caps lock. So that's leg swipe, and caps is added below. So, those two seem to be decent. Desperation plus positive damage with the amount of damage taken. Leg swipe. What's leg swipe? Slows target, medium damage. Actually, I liked those two. Added blow, standard secondary attack. We'll keep those two going. Yeah, kick. I don't want to use kick just because, like in the case of, say, where we're at now with the elevation, if you kicked and it, I think I've seen it like push back an enemy, so I wouldn't want her to have to readjust her positioning, especially if she has an elevated advantage. So we want to keep it like that. So we're just going to alternate between control and caps lock. Oops, no. Save. There is another guard there. Is there another guard here? No. There you go. I know that I think Jakar has one of his skills later on. Allows him to, when you chain, he'll actually get back HP. Unfortunately, she doesn't have that. Also, she doesn't seem to... Yeah. I gotta be a little bit careful with my potion usage. I don't have that many. Stick your hand into this fire, Joseph. Everything will be okay. Really? Really, Iago? Yes, trust me. Put your hand in the fire. Okay. Uh-oh. That's bad. She went too far. I'll stop. Yeah, you can stun lock him this way sometimes. No, you can because it was too fast. See, it didn't work, so he'll attack now. See, now he'll attack. That works. Hey there, Bull Rizzle. Stabby, stabby. Yeah. Let's talk to him.
It's locked.
Well.
Success.
Nice. Yin. Yin. Our crime is mercy. A slave collapsed in the heat of the midday sun. We gave him water and carried him to the shade. For this they punish us. Punish you? Our situation is grim, stranger. The slavers have abandoned us here. We will die of thirst if we cannot escape. Please find the key. Find the key? There is an overseer who carries it on his belt. Wait, I just opened the door for you. Just leave. Okay, I guess not. Do I have... Oh, if only there was a ring that gave like regen. That'd be so good right now. Some quests here. My name is Zhu Li. I am one of the slaves of Ila. I know who you are and why you are here. I have something for you. You have something? The scale of a dragon. It belonged to Gaudi II, the last true emperor of Aurenia. Where did you get this? A man named Zhu gave it to me. He was an official in the court of... Is it Gao or Zhao? I don't know. Gaudi II? When Murad seized the throne, Zanju was sent to Ila. He brought this dragon scale here with him. Ring of increased elevation. Naju was sent to Ila? Before he died, he gave me the scale. He said that I should give it to the child of the Jade Temple's prophecy. Where are the other three? I do not know. They belong to the last true emperor. His supporters may have hidden them. Oh, I forgot. I never got the shard. The final glass shard, I never got it. Oh, nuts. I guess we'll never know what that item was. Oh, man, that sucks. I should have used a guide for that. Belong to the Emperor? The scales have been passed down from Emperor to Emperor ever since the Battle of Nine Sparrows, when the kingdoms of Aurenia became one. Passed down from Emperor to Emperor? I am hopeful you'll find the other dragon scales. Got the green dragon scale. Great. Now I gotta find dragon scales. I couldn't find the shards last time. But no, sure, give me dragon scales. What's going on here? Chengdai. Oh, Chengdai, the ring. The quest. Every slave of Ila has a story to tell. Some of us are criminals, guilty of stealing bread. Others are prisoners of war, fighting to end Murad's tyranny. Do you have the earring that the rat catcher gave you? You mean Humbus from Linnell? Before I was captured, I gave it to my brother, Li Kai, a soldier of the Jade Temple. You might find him in Wolong. Oh, come on. How were you captured? Imperial soldiers came to my village and forced all able-bodied men and women to march to the tower. Unfortunately, my brother had already left for Wolong. Oh, fortunately, my brother had already left for Wolong. Alright, so his brother in Wolong has it. Now I gotta go find his brother. Okay. Well, that was a bit of a... that was a little scary there. I was like, is it gonna pop up anytime soon? That poppin'. Brutal. Alright, let's save. Well, I'm actually gonna do a new save. I think I went up here already? Yeah. There should be a guard, though. Isn't there? Yeah, there is. There's a guard right there. Oh, so that's how video games work. Yes, the poppins. They can vary from game to game. This is an example of a game that has amazing poppin'. Let's sneak up. Good. Now, I don't think you can sneak in front of an enemy. Like, I don't think I can, like, sneak here, walk in front of the guy and walk behind him and then stab him. I don't think it works that way. I think you have to actually get behind the dude. then do your sneak. We're gonna save and then try it. How's she doing? Not bad. Let's see. Let's see if this actually works. He drew as soon as... Oof. Can she hide here? There. Nope. Oh, counterattack actually kicked in one time. Chain 4. 5. Nice. Iron bow. Ooh. Oh wait, she doesn't use a bow. I was like, oh okay. But let's take a look at it anyways. 40 damage. Small amount. Yeah, okay. I thought it said curse damage. I was like, whoa, it does curse damage? No, it causes damage. All right. What's a cleansing tonic? Ah, if you get poisoned. I have only one of those. Oh no. Only 20 from that potion. These graphics look a little more crisp. Did you do something, or perhaps the dark areas in the game I saw prior hindered my perception? In general, this is running off a... Not running off, but running with a fan patch. I think it was mainly made for compatibility with Windows 10, but it may have used a couple of tweaks here and there. But the majority of the, if any, visual enhancements are as a result of DG Voodoo 2. That's how I'm getting the game to run in a window, and with DG Voodoo 2 you can force it to like anti-aliasing, some other tweaks and enhancements among other things, so it does actually bump up the visual quality a bit. One thing you might notice though is during conversations you'll notice like sometimes you'll see lines visible. I think that's an effect of DG Voodoo 2. Sometimes you'll see like see-through lines on characters, on their cheekbones, and other areas of their faces. Actually, I think you can really see it in here. Yeah, you can see the line here. I think that's a result of using DG Voodoo 2. You can see some little lines there around the mouth. It's really, I think it's more pronounced in... I don't think it was as pronounced in Rosalind, but I think it's more pronounced in... Not Rosalind, I'm sorry, not Joseph. Joseph. It's not as pronounced in Joseph, but I think you can see it in Rosalind. Or is it Jakar? It's one of the two. But yeah. Alright. Now, I'm not doing hide. This is sneak, which is different. Oh, nope, didn't work. Chain skill. Fleece learned chain arm slice. Okay, we're gonna take a look at that. Too fast. Ooh. Yeah, I went to town with the chain, so you can see my health. My action points are actually at the same level as my health now. But we learned a new chain. How did I thought chains came along with levels? So that's not how it works at all, huh? Arm slice. Cripples target medium damage. Okay. So what's this one? Slows target medium damage. Added blow. Let's try that. All right, controlling caps lock again, but with arm slice. Cripple A. Oh wait, 5,000, huh? I wonder if that was part of the money that Iago gave us when we betrayed Joseph. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oof. Let's try it. There's cripple. All right, we're gonna stop at chain 9 and reset it. Wait, why am I not getting an attack bonus? That's weird. I should have gotten an elevation bonus on that. Oh, this is gonna suck. All right. Can I just double click? No. Man, I've been striking out on these backstabs. Whoa, nice pop in there. Are you kidding me? There we go. I was probably too close to the enemy. That's why I couldn't do the backstab properly. There we go. You seem to be doing the opposite of massive damage. Yes, because my backstab didn't... I did the backstab. I got it in position for the backstab, but I think I was too close to the enemy, so that when she took off her veil, she couldn't do the backstab animation, and because of that, the enemy detected her, because she wasn't hidden anymore. She wasn't sneaking. We're gonna save. Okay. What do I want to do? Should I heal or should I keep exploring? Look. Oh, hell. I mean, this ain't Metal Gear Solid type of enemies where they call in reinforcements or anything. Alright, he's walking back. The problem with this enemy walking back and forth is that he doesn't stop. So I'm gonna see. Ugh, this sucks. Yo, there's something here. What are you? Boiled leather? What's that? Boiled leather. 30 protection. 0.91. Equipable by Joseph Jakaran Fleece. This armor offers extraordinary protection for the wearer's torso. Is this the same as this? Ah, okay, okay. So I don't need to use it for her. But we can use it for another character. Nice. This game seems to be a bit plodding and glacially paced. Not saying it's a bad thing, just an impression. You kind of missed what happened earlier. We're kind of alone right now because, well, you missed a great plot twist. It was actually really good. That's kind of why we're like here right now, is because we lost our whole party, because surprise, surprise, Iago was not a good guy. We gotta be careful. Sorry, give me a second here. Iago was not a good guy. In fact, we came into a place where he told, like, Joseph, you place your hands with the ring, put all your rings on your hand and place it in the fire. And he did it because Iago told him to. And then it turns out it was the wrong thing to do. And Iago was like, I can't believe you fell for it. I'm not actually... I guess maybe he killed the real Iago. But it turns out that Iago was, in fact, the demon that Joseph summoned as a child. And not only that, Fleece was the one who betrayed Joseph by, well, I guess by telling all the plans to Iago. So she got paid her money and watched as Joseph was taken prisoner. It was actually kind of awesome. And now, I guess because she's so guilty about what she feels so guilty about what happened, she's trying to rescue him. That's why she's alone right now. Actually, Rosalind joined, but she's not here. But yeah, so she's sneaking. So her strengths are definitely not combat. She's a thief. She has to attack from behind. That's why you have to be a bit careful with how we do the attacks with police. Also, I have no way of healing because I have no spells to heal. Just a blind. Well, I can maybe blind. Wasn't there an enemy here? I can't remember. Oh, it wore off. So there is a time limit on this. Okay. It can't. He just moves. He just moves way too fast. Maybe we can get this dude. Ah, crap. Ugh. Hopefully the other guy doesn't come. We're gonna stop after chain 7. I'm already like almost halfway on my action points there. There's something in there. Oh. Oof. Okay, good. Oops. There we go. What's in here? Ooh. Tomb key. Is that what they needed? Anyways, grab some dinner. I'll catch you later for the dramatic conclusion of this random mob NPC fight. Well, have a fun dinner. I'm just gonna keep on... Man, I wish they dropped items, like healing items. That'd be nice, but they don't. Ugh. What happened? Okay. Alright, he's coming. Let's try to hide here. Let's see if this will even work. Nope. Moving enemies are not Fleece's friend. Oof. Halfway to the next level. All right, let's take a look here. No. 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 Dang it. No. I was looking for the quest to free them. Maybe by default I already rescued them? I have no idea. I guess we'll just take a look and see if the dialogue changed. I mean, a tomb key? What's a tomb key for? Is that what I needed to was that what I was supposed to use to open the gate? Or was that just... Is that something else? Man, I wish this game was a bit more clear on what it wanted me to do. Yes, probably for a tomb, but is this a tomb? This might be a tomb. Please find the key. There's an overseer carries it on his belt. Who the hell's the overseer then? But I've already opened the door for you, you boobs. Get out! Get out! Flee, you fools! Flee! Oh, hey. Who's that? Is that him? Where's this? Huh. That might be him. All right. We might have gotten some... Look at that plop in. Look at that... Not plop. Look at that pop in. I can't talk. Look at that glorious pop in. So it should be beyond here. Anything? Whoa. No. Pop. Pop, pop. If only you could regenerate health. Ugh. If she had just like a heal, oh, that'd be such a game changer. But she doesn't. Oh, I just also wish this wasn't so archaic with this interface. No sleep or meditate options or anything? Nope. None of those things exist in this game. This might be it. Oh, did I already engage? Gotcha. The slave pick key, sledgehammer, and studded boots. That's the slave master. Okay. There we go. We got it. Alright, now that we got the quest item. Well, it's not even a quest item. It's just an item. That's why backstab is good. You saw that damage? That's why I've been trying so desperately to get backstab to work. Unfortunately, it feels like backstab and sneak go hand in hand. But according to the guide, sneak is not needed as a skill. But it clearly is needed. It feels like to me, at any rate, that sneak should get some lovin'. But it isn't. I'm just glad I gave it whatever I could. Hopefully I can find some items to augment sneak. Alright, let's see. Even though I opened the gate. Given the pick key. The key! You saved us! It is too dangerous for us to flee now, but we will wait till nightfall and take our chances then. Thank you, stranger! Lost the item, slave pick key, gained 3,000 XP, so it was worth doing. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. 7,000, close to 6,000 XP left to gain our next level. Very nice. Those backstabs are super nice. Okay, let's keep going. Where do we go? Where do we go? Oh, it's a little, also just realized I'm wearing the wrong glasses. I always keep forgetting to do that. Second. There you go. It's not so glary now. I should probably turn on the light. There we go. Lights on. This popping is terrible, though. Okay. There might... I believe there's a guard over here. Son of a... I should have looked and watched his pattern to see if there's any... if there's a time where he stops. What a waste. It's too fast. There we go. See, that's what kick messes me up. I shouldn't have tried it. I was just wondering if it would be any different. There you go. I wanted to backstab him because it's 1200 XP. It's easy. You know what? I'm going to reload that. Just because... I know it's not a... It's just a regular fight, but... Potions are so hard to come by. I gotta know if there's an easier way to... Let's take a look. Can I... Is there a way to do this with him? No. Nope. 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 Let's take a look at his... How do I look at his pattern with him active? Okay, there we go. Does he pause here? Kinda does there. But that's risky. Okay. Oh, he stops there. Oh, he stops there. Okay. That's some good intel. He stops there. Now, let's see if he engages. I honestly don't know. Oh, so good. And what did you drop? Gold and a Wakazashi. Okay. That's... I like them apples. The game did take some umbrage with that distance, but I'm not complaining. I'll take that. What about you? There. That might be a problem. Okay, so you do pause there. Now, because of his proximity to this pillar, I don't know if backstab is going to work. I'll have to see. I don't even know if this pillar will protect me from him activating. Pause the game. No, it won't. That was awkward. No, that won't work. I mean, if I were to do like hide, like straight up hide, will that? My hiding ability is even worse than my sneak, so there's no reason for him not to engage. But I'm just curious. The only difference is with hide, you can't move. Yo, let's go! I can't believe I can't believe that worked. What? That was amazing. Oh, snap. Well, that changes things. What's in here? And who are you? Slave foreman. Who are you? What are you doing here? I will summon the guard. Where's Joseph? You seek the one hand of the prophecy? In the bowels of the tower you'll find him. The Emperor keeps him under heavy guard. Where's your army, girl? I need no army. Then you won't leave Ella alive. 1,000 soldiers guard this tower. 1,000 more patrol the mountain pass. Give me the key to his cell. I don't have it, nor will you ever find it. If you surrender, I will spare your life. I will show you mercy. Better to live a slave than die a painful death. Can we not kill you? I guess not. Pfft, that's a weird guy to leave alive. That was amazing. Not gonna lie. That was pretty cool. Alright, I'd have to get behind him there. I think he walks up here? Maybe not. Is that a golem? That's a problem. Uh-oh. Yep. Yes, I'm safe scumming. But I don't have much in the way of health. I gotta be a little careful. Oops. That was a little cocky of me there. Whoops. Hello. Going back to the shadows. Ugh, damn it. marks. I'll take that. Should have waited. This one's tricky. If I can get behind him. Oh, he activated. There's also like one golem. That's going to be a problem. How the hell am I going to fight the golem? Part of me is wondering if I should have gone from the other side. I think I'm gonna have to fight this dude. Yo. Got him. Got him. What are we at? Pretty close. Pretty close to leveling up. I really hope this golem is here to lift up the elevator and not attack me. Are you friendly, Mr. Golem? Yes. You're okay. What is your destination? Lower level or ground level? Lower level, please. All hail Emperor Murad, Lord of all creation. Alright. Oh, welcome to the lower level. Let's save. Gosh, how many soldiers are there? You know, the fact that now that I left that area, all those soldiers I killed have respawned. So, I gotta deal with that if I have to come back. Stay. Oh, hello. Eh. I'm gonna have to not save scum like this. I'm gonna have to take some fights in. I just wanted to, you know, level up a bit. I mean, get some XP in a really fun way. And it is fun. It's been, man, this poppin'. Where am I? Unlocked. Uh-oh. Is that a person there? Cannot be opened. Oh, hello. You know what? We're gonna fight. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Whoops. I don't want to kick. There we go. That's not too bad. That works. Okay. Cannot be opened. Can we talk? No. Interesting. Interesting. 2 guards. That would be a problem. 1v1 I'm okay with, and maybe 1v2 with one of the regular soldiers, but 2 samurai, that's a bad time. They're gonna kick my butt. Let's wait till he gets a bit closer before I save. Okay, that's good enough. That'll at least give me a bit of a window into readjusting in case he aggroes. Okay, he walks past. Does he immediately attack? Does he immediately turn, I should say? I don't know. I should have waited. Oh, he's actually coming pretty close. Ooh. Oh, he actually changed his walking pattern. Is it just me? Didn't he walk up those stairs? Well, that area? Yeah, he definitely... Whoa. That's interesting.
I am a clever one.
He glitched out on the... He glitched out, so that counts as a glitch. But I will save. And I will hit that counter. That is a glitch. I mean, not the fact that he deviated from his walk pattern, but the fact that he got stuck in the wall, allowing me to backstab him. Which is awesome. Alright. So, Fleece is now level 19. This is the last of the 3 points we're getting. After that, I think level 20, we go back down to 2. Look at that, our experience. That gap is getting larger and larger and larger. Appraise is 9. Backstab is 9. Dodge is 7. It's been augmented to 8, I believe. Heavy arms 6. Pick lock is 10. Sword. That should be 10 actually. This is an active, isn't it? It is an active. Which means... Is it this one? No. Knocks enemy to the ground for a short duration. Yeah, that could be actually really useful. That works. Hurry. Whoa, we found Joseph. He lost his hand. Joseph lost his hand. Oh, Joseph. Please, what have you done?
It's locked.
Wow, talk about fighting on the first go there. It would actually make more sense if it was Luke who screamed no. It's not possible. He said you killed him. What was I doing? No, I have lockpick. What am I doing?
Success.
You're free. Ella's slave. If the one-handed has failed to fulfill the prophecy, then Aurenia must save itself. The Emperor is but one man, and his generals fear the people. If we do nothing, we will die here. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Well, Vader also lost his hand. True. Very true. Very true. Very true. Alright, let's... Oh, man. I'm just trying to see if there's any gear? Because I didn't expect to find him. I thought he'd be in the lower levels. Like the well... Like much further below. I have a feeling there won't be a cutscene. It'll just be like him... be like... Cannot be opened. Oops, sorry, hit the microphone. I apologize. Let's see what happens. Let's go. We need a second player, even though he has no hand. Joseph, buddy, I'm sorry I betrayed you. So you've come to save the one hand, Joseph grumbles bitterly. You've come to rescue the child of prophecy. I'm sorry I betrayed you, Joseph. Who sent you this time? Does Iago need my other hand? Tell him about Iago. They found Iago wandering the streets of Linnell, mad and raving. He couldn't remember his name, and he knew nothing about demons. Oh, so Iago was possessed. He knew nothing about the demons. Then Iago vanished, and I don't know where he is. And the demons? Tell him about the demons. When Rosalind and I sailed from Medivh, the demons had already destroyed Linnell. The Duke of Tarmund fought to retake the capital, but his knights perished at the walls of the city. Joseph buries his face in his hands. This was your doing, Fleece. We unleashed the demons. You should have told me about Iago. Try to explain what happened. If I had known he was possessed by a demon, do you think I would have let you enter the temple? Iago promised me he wouldn't hurt you. He only wanted the rings. Yes, he only wanted the rings, Joseph shouts, losing his temper. But you were willing to steal them from me. After all we went through, the catacombs, Ekamos, the ordeal. What happened to all your gold? Tell him about the gold. I would have given you half, you protest. I had my debts to pay, and you wanted nothing to do with your prophecy. Or have you forgotten that already? Besides, I gave it away to Mahari the Crooked. She needed the money. A guilty conscience. That must be something new for you, Joseph says glumly. How long have I been here? You've been here 3 months. 3 months? Feels like 300 years. Why didn't the Emperor kill you? When I die, a new summoner will be born, so Murad wants me alive for as long as possible. Don't think I haven't considered ruining his peace of mind. What happened to Jakar and Rosalind? Tell him about Jakar. Jakar still hates you for what happened in Siron. He remained on Iona to protect Galanine. His first duty was to the Queen, he said. Joseph stares silently at the floor of his cell. Tell him about Rosalind. Rosalind is waiting for us in Wolong, you continue. It's a village south of here on the Lake of Sorrows. The Gatherers live there. The Gatherers? Who are they? Questioner updated. Tell him about the Gatherers. The Gatherers are healers, you tell Joseph, and they might help you restore your power. Rosalind went to find them. Wolong is also a stronghold of the Jade Temple. Society of the Jade Temple? Aren't they the ones that killed Tancred? Tell him about the Jade Temple. Their leader, Aoki, is the one who poisoned him. She's the Iranian woman I saw in the palace, the woman in white. What happened to Tancred is between me and Aoki, but the Jade Temple can help you fight Murad. So what do we do now? Asks Joseph. Joseph asks. You can help us fight Murad and the demons, or you can sit here and wait for death. Quest Journal updated. Well, I guess Joseph made his mind. He's in the party, but he's only got one hand now. Oh, can we still hold a shield? Oh, man. Joseph. Now what? He still has got his spells. That's great. Holy shoot, you can see to the bone. Oh, I didn't expect that. Why did they wrap it up? Why? Why did they wrap up his hand? That's disgusting. Oh, man, Joseph. Can you carry a two-handed sword? That's a two-handed sword, no. Ah, jeez. Hey, Inferno, how you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, you notice the two-handed weapons are not equipable. I don't think this is gonna work. This is not gonna work. Yeah, there it is. Aw. Maybe we could tape it together? Oh, Sort by armor. Okay. What does not Joseph? Yeah. Well, actually, yes, Joseph, but no to that screen. What is this? This is 40 protection. I think. What are these studded boots? Spring steel 15. These are 10. Boiled leather is 30. Okay, so the chainmail tunic is way better. Hey there, Ractron. My Sunday's going good. It has been a while. You've been lurking, though. Okay. Well, it's good to see you, Inferno. And Ractron. As always, it's good to see you as well. Can you summon a new hand? Well, we'll see. So we're back as Joseph. He can still cast spells. Which is nice. We definitely needed that. But Joseph, can he tank? Like before. We don't have the summon anymore. Yeah. Game took that into account. Cannot be opened. Pretty funny you still can't open these. I'm surprised I found Joseph so quickly. I thought this was going to be a longer quest. Heal Joseph's hand. Find Rosalind in the village of Wolong, south of the Tower of Ela. She is searching for the Gatherers, a circle of healers who might have the power to restore your hand. The question is, how do I extract myself from this place? How do I get out of here? Call him Stumpy. Oh, pie. It's kind of sad. Oh, man. All joking aside, poor guy. Didn't ask for any of this, and in the end, what does he do? Goes and loses his hand. Alright. Joseph is angry. I think I need to start... I think the only way you can get unlocked chain skills is to keep doing them, so I'm going to do that with Joseph to see if he gets any new ones. Okay. Fleece. Run there. Backstab. Look at that. So if I recall, you mentioned you never finished this on console. Does the PC version make things better for you? Yes. I mean, it still has the same restrictions and same issues that the console version has. Namely, like, incorrect builds can, like, really mess up your game long term. That's why I'm using the guide. Even though the interface is much better, it does have, like, the same restrictions with the camera, which I find frustrating. There's no freeform camera. That would have been super nice. That a camera you can move freely, not like stuck to a character, but it's, all things considered, it could be worse. So we got to save. Let's keep going. Now that I can kill these soldiers decently, let's go after them. Joseph needs his level as well.
It's locked.
Okay. We're gonna take care of this dude first. No, let's actually go back here. Okay, added blow, desperation, confusion. Removes APs from target. Desperation. Let's put that to control. Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's put that to caps. Increase the chances chain attack. Increase chance chain attack for next attack. I don't know what that means. Oh well. This is very Neverwinter Nights-ish. Yeah, this I mentioned earlier. It's kind of got a similar vibe to like a Baldur's Gate type of game, CRPG, but I just wish the camera was a bit more. You could pull it back a bit. You could do more things, I guess. No, you're also right with Neverwinter. I remember Neverwinter's whole premise was more thing, but yeah, this has too many. It has too many like vestiges of its console origins that I wish were improved upon. I would really appreciate if his arm looks like how they fake lost hands in movies, TVs, like the sleeve is just pulled up over his hand. Oh yeah, yeah. Except they give you the full. I don't think you can see it from this angle. No. Yeah. Auto low. Yeah. You can see it from here though. Nope, not here. Not here. You can see it here though. Oh, look at that. Oh, to the bone.
It's locked.
Okay.
Success.
What do we got? Anything? Nothing? Whoa, 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 whoa. I think I saw something on the ground. No, that was just my imagination. They had a camera that stuck to the character too, did they? I thought it was a freeform camera on that.
It's locked.
Mind you, I haven't played Neverwinter Nights in
Success.
a very long time. I played a bit of it and I was like overwhelmed by what I was looking at. So I never actually really got beyond the beginning of the game. I do plan on playing it though. It is on the backlog. I did spend money on it years and years ago. It would not be right if I did not play through it one time. Okay, there's still a lot of this area to go through. In Joseph's mind, he's just angry now. That's why he's running around looking for people to kill. Gone is the innocent boy who just wanted to be left alone. Now it's a angry dude who's looking for blood. All right. And you backstab him. There you go. Cannot be opened. I assume the same with this one. Oh, there isn't one here? You had an option of character-centric camera and freeform. Okay. This game does not give you an option. You just have to live with it. What is that? Oh, is that a gate? Oh, no, no, it's a staircase. Okay, I've already got him then from there. So I don't think... I think that's it. Alright. I see attacks consume AP, but I don't see anywhere that tracks AP unless there's that little blue bar under the health. It is. Also, regular attacks don't consume AP. The reason it's going down is because I'm training attacks. Chain attacks consume action points. Otherwise, regular attacks do not. But one of the kind of the benefits of the side benefits of chain attacks is not only does it do like the prescribed like skill of whatever you want it to do, I guess whenever it hits, I guess, but it also I don't think it's 100%, but I guess I would say 85% of the time it stun locks the enemy, so they can't attack you when you're in the middle of chain attacks. They're not able to reciprocate, which is really nice. So the moment you notice me, either I'm too fast or too slow, or I stop the chain, then they reply back with an attack. It's actually pretty decent. All right, ground level. No, we go back to the upper level? That's where the exit is, and then that's because she said she won't leave without him. But I want to fight. I want to fight. Let's keep going. This is the ground level of the Tower of Ela. Turn on your... Oh, he moved.
It's locked.
That works.
It's locked.
All right.
Success.
Got that. Let's go fight some more. Once again, same plan. Oh, let's try this. Trip. Nice! Oh my god, Trip! Trip is so good! That's why it's just to level it up to 10. Jing Wei, please do not tell them you've found me here. They will beat me if I am discovered. I only need to rest here for a while, and then I'll go back to work. I am so tired. Who are you? My name is Jing Wei. I don't know how to pronounce, I'm sorry. I am a slave forced to work on the Tower of Ela. The Tower of Ela? You must know the story of Ela. How the gods built a tower and conquered the cities in heaven? That tower stood here, in the mountains of Arenia. Why rebuild the tower? Murad believes he is a god and the heir of heaven's throne. He dreams of ruling creation as he now rules over Arenia. Yet we have a long way to go. A long way to go? The first tower was built by gods. We are frail and hungry mortals. If Murad thinks he's a god, what's another 20 years? Or 200? Or 1,000? A slave? Bandits raided my village and kidnapped me. I was sold in the market of the city of Twilight. The Emperor's slavers forced us to march to Ela. I was fortunate to survive the journey. Fortunate to survive? That is why I do not despair. When so many have given up, I live for those who have died. Though the one hand endures a living death, I still dream of freedom. Hey, he's right here. Those who died? The crimes of Murad are too horrible to name. Even now, some slaves are trapped in a pit at the top of the tower. They will die of exposure if they are not saved. I have already rescued them. I won't tell. Thank you, stranger. You are kind to me. You are not one of the slavers, are you? Where have you come from? Why are you here? I am looking for the summoner. The one hand of the prophecy? The Emperor locked him in a cell below the tower, and the people of Verenia have lost all hope. They locked him in his tower. Okay, I guess I was supposed to go here first. The foreman guards... They locked him in a cell? The foreman guards the keys to many rooms in the tower. Perhaps he holds the key to the one-hand cell. Doesn't matter. People have lost all hope? Oh, the foreman at the top. I already got... Okay, that's how we were able to open it. People have lost all hope? Even Aoki and the warriors of the Jade Temple are losing their fight against the Emperor. Murad's generals have captured the stronghold of Lord Shangagao. Murad's generals? I've heard rumor that General Pijan has returned from Medeva and leads the attack against Aoki's rebellion. We fear the society of the Jade Temple will soon be crushed. Prophecy? The priests of the Jade Temple said the summoner would destroy Murad, but now the one hand has lost his rings, his power, and his freedom. Farewell. Alright, a bit more lore. Nice. Always good to see. Did I?
Flop.
Alright.
Success.
Anything here? Oh, there's a bag there. Spring steel boots. Ooh, those are nice. Spring steel boots. Okay, so he's got that. Fleece. These are reinforced boots. 15 protection. Fleece can wear them. And 1 speed. To 10. Now she's kind of got the matching set now. Cool. Is this... That is the way I came.
It's locked.
Success.
Let's try trip again. If he ever turns back to Joseph, that is. Nice. So good. That is way too good. Felinius Pantaloons. Felinius Pantaloons. What is that? Felinius. That sounds like something for fleece. She can't wear pantaloons. Protection 3, sneak +1. Ah, okay. But it's like protection 3 and no. No. I mean... Felinus, like a cat. Oh, okay, cool.
locked.
You know, I should probably just equip Fleece the whole time.
Success.
And who are you? Dunry. When the Emperor restores me to my prefecture, I'll have that foreman breaking rocks with that thick skull of his. Foreman? Up in his little hut, I imagine, or playing with his model of the tower. Feckless lout. If I were foreman of Ela, we'd be 10 years ahead of schedule. If you were foreman. Bureaucrat, he calls me. As if I were a simple clerk. He has me keep inventory of stones, shovels, and picks. If you don't like it, he says, I'll put you to work on the scaffolds. His little hut. The very top of the tower, through the structure, is far... Though the structure is far from the high... Ugh. At the very top of the tower, though this structure is far from high enough of Murad wishes to conquer heaven. He oversees the construction from there. Prefecture? Before I came to Ela, I had been a prefect of finance, a man of influence in the western provinces. I lived in a castle with my servants, soldiers, eunuchs, and concubines. You lived in a castle? My menagerie was the envy of every lord for 100 leagues. I hunted in the forest and sailed my barge down the river of kings. A man of influence? Wherever I went, they bowed before me, and if they failed to pay due respect, I sent them here, to Ela. But do not misunderstand me. I am a man of the people. Of course you are. A man of the people. A merchant's son I was, and clever with numbers. I went to university and passed with highest marks. My administration was the model of efficiency. I inspired envy in those around me. Envy? And that was my downfall. Alas, my subordinates conspired against me. They accused me of embezzlement. With forged documents and fabricated evidence, they denounced me before the Emperor. Farewell. Okay, I wonder why he's got exclamation points over his head. I don't know. You have anything else? No. Oh, there's another bag. Thief's gauntlets. Let's take a look at that. What does she have? Leather arm guards. Protection 9. Thief's gauntlets. Protection 10. Speed 1.05. Appraise 1. Ooh. Alright, so they do actually bump up. It's a win-win. There we go. It does pay to keep exploring. I like her cape. All right. I don't know what just happened. Hey, lady, can you open the door for me? It feels like that scene was automatically gonna happen regardless if I did the successful stab or not. Let's try that again. Let's not kill him, but we will hide. I think it's automatic. Yeah. So let's see if we... Yeah. So he'll engage. Okay. So I guess we'll kill him. It's bound to happen regardless that we're not going to be exiting that way. Sledgehammer. Okay, that's interesting. I do... You can't equip it. 45 damage. I mean, he's already got a good weapon. The short... Oh, he's got a short sword. Wait, what? All right, his original weapon is back. Okay, okay, okay. So he can still use that. So now he's got 75 damage. It's just a bit slower now. Anything else? $15, $10. There we go. Matching a bit. And that's it. I guess we can't talk to these people. And we're not leaving this way. Alright, fair enough. Ah, okay. That would have actually taken me outside. So then I guess I have to go through the top and fight all those enemies again. Oops. I'm at the upper level. Upper level it is, please. Oh wait, this is not a zone, is it? These are not new areas, this is the same area, so I've already killed them all. Right? Yeah. Already took them all out. Nice, 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 nice. Why am I going this way? Because... I just want to confirm that there's nothing there. He mentioned something about the foreman, like... Nothing, right? Okay. They call him the one hand. The one hand. Guys, I'm still the summoner, okay? No, no. You shall now be known as the one hand. Really? Couldn't you call me something else? Like my name? No, no. It's one hand. Damn it. I guess I don't need to talk with people in the, I don't need to talk with them anymore, do I? Alright. Let's... Oh. I think Fleece took care of everyone, so... We're pretty much good to leave. Pretty much set. Good job, Fleece. A good job, Backstab. Hopefully that pathfinding works itself out. Oh, there she is. Good job. Good job, pathfinding. Alright, let's save just in case, because you know how this game might be. Just when you're about to leave, there's a boss fight. I see, this is the gate that closed in on us. We couldn't leave that way. Before we leave, though, let's make sure there are no items still available for procurement. Can never be too careful. Loot is loot, after all. I don't think we can talk with them, can we? Yeah. But it's nothing important. Oops. Exit to the world map. We're out. That's it. I'm surprised the Tower Eula is not a place we can go to. You know what? We should probably leave. Probably not for the best that I wander in case of a random encounter. But there it is, Wolong. Enter Wolong. Yes. We are.
When Lahara murdered Urath at the end of the third Arenegeth, the dragon of Wulong mourned for 1,000 years, and his tears formed the Lake of Sorrows. But each year, when the monsoons came, the rain would fill the dragon's heart with grief, and he wept once again. The people who lived on the Lake of Sorrows feared their village would be washed away by the dragon's tears, and so they made offerings to appease the dragon and distract him from his grief. With festivals and music, laughter and dance, the people of Wulong saved their village from the floods.
Oh man, it's already 9 o'clock here. I usually stream till 10, so on a Sunday. Man, time flew. Let's see. Find Rosalind. All right. Oh, right, the dude's brother might be here. Zeman. The fisherman's eyes are closed, and tears streak his weathered face. I am Zeman the Blind. You are strangers to Wolong. This is not a joyful time. General Pijian and his soldiers occupy the village. At dawn, we woke to the ringing of the tower bell. The general soldiers marched in the streets. They came without warning. Our sentries were dead. Your sentries were dead? We were betrayed. A villager killed our sentries. That is why we had no time to run or fight. The general made us gather in the square. What happened in the square? General Pijian divided the people of Wolong. Those who would die, those who would be slaves, and those who would be spared. Those who would be spared? Pijian allowed the sculptors to stay. They labor in the workshop, carving statues of Murad. Others serve the general and his soldiers. I do not know why he spared me. Those who would be slaves? Pijian branded them with the usurper's mark. They march to the Tower Vila. They will work as slaves until death comes to free them. Those who would die? Those who fought for Aoki and the Jade Temple were executed in the square. This is why the village smells of blood. Tell me about Aoki. Aoki leads the fight of the Jade Temple. They are fighting against Murad. Wolong is her home. Tell me about the usurper. Murad, the man who calls himself emperor. Long ago, he was leader of the Jade Temple and served Gaudi II. Murad betrayed the emperor and stole his throne. What happened to the Jade Temple? The priests of the Jade Temple prophesied that the One Hand would end his reign. For this, the emperor killed them. Those who escaped hid in the wilderness. Now they lead the rebellion. Who is the One Hand? A great warrior! The One Hand will defeat Murad and bring peace to Orenia. The sparrows say he escaped from Eli and will come here to Wolong. I have a message for him. A message for the One Hand? A Medivan woman waits for him in the forest west of the village. Her name is Rosalind. She has found the Gatherer who will heal him. Who are the Gatherers? They are the keepers of lore. They guard the secrets of flowers. They can speak to the trees and to the plants of this valley. Where is Aoki now? 6 days ago, a messenger came to Wolong. Imperial soldiers have attacked the stronghold of Shanghao, he said. My lord beseeches you to come to our aid. Aoki departed with many of her soldiers. I pray she will return to free our village. Who killed the sentries? A rice merchant named Min cut their throats. He is a traitor. Alright, so to the west, eh? It hasn't updated. That sucks. Okay, so we can at least go through here if I have to find out where. So to the west of the village. But let's kill some soldiers. Yeah, he's about to level, so he needs to get some kills. Let's get some kills. There we go.
It's locked.
That is a brutal two-handed ability there.
Success.
That in tandem, the trip and the backstab, oh my god. That is so overpowered. Oh my goodness. Mine. I got my revenge on the Jade Temple. And soon Aoki and her bandits will be dead. Peace will come at last to the Lake of Sorrows. How did you get your revenge? I am the one who told Pijian where the sentries were. I am the one who cut their throats at dawn with his very knife. All PZ had to do was name the rebels. Tell me about PZ. That simpering fool. All his moaning and regrets. Do I regret what I have done? No! The sweetest fruit isn't PZ's tangerine, but revenge. Tell me about Aoki. Her people say she fights with tyranny. Fights the tyranny of Murad. Bah! The only tyrants in Wolong are the outlaws who terrorize our village. Murderers and renegades, the whole lot of them. Outlaws? The Society of the Jade Temple. Murdered my own flesh and blood, they did. Murdered? Yes, and for what? Refusing them food. Refusing them shelter. If armed ruffians came to your door, would you open your home to them? Farewell. I guess we can't kill them. No. Oh. There we go. Oh, it didn't work. Didn't work again. Do I have to be like in a certain angle here? How's this? Well, it is only like level 3 or something. So it's got to be leveled up a bit more. Paiji. May the gods have mercy on this fruit merchant. In all creation there is no one more wretched than I. If only I had never been born. If only a tiger had eaten my mother. If only my father had drowned at sea. What happened? General Piji intercedes Wolong and gathered the villagers in the square. The general said he knew me to be a loyal subject of the emperor. If I would help him, he would reward me. How did you help him? I named the villagers who had fought for the Jade Temple. I denounced those who had taken up arms against the emperor. In Wolong, many had joined Aoki's rebellion. What happened next? Paiji breaks down and sobs. All that blood, he wails. All that blood on my hands. If only the prophecy of the one hand would come true. What is your name? I used to be known as PG, and I was merchant of great renown on the Lake of Sorrows. A merchant of great renown? I made my wealth shipping fruit that grows along the Lake of Sorrows. Mangosteens and oranges, dates and pomelos, permison and ginkgo. The tears of the dragon nourished them with magic. Who are you? I am no one. Nothing. Not a man at all. I'm a miserable creature, lower than the dung flies. Even the dung fly serves its purpose. I do not deserve to live. Do not deserve to live. I betrayed my friends. I sold my neighbors. Sold them for bags of silver, I did. And for all my trouble, they lost their heads. Farewell. Well, I think the one hand knows something about being betrayed. No judgment there, Fleece. Let's keep going. Oh, wow. Whoa, what? Look at the size of that castle. I can't... Oh, camera. Why does the camera have to be so bad? Oops, no. Oops, no. Damn it. I guess you have to be...
I grow powerful.
There we go. I guess you have to be a bit closer to get that trip activated. Someone redeemed for the Mario Challenge, I believe so. Yes, Stick did. He did. So Joseph is now leveled 18. Let's see here. Heavy arms is now 9. Holy. Look at that, to 7. Magic resistance should be higher. Fire needs to be leveled up. Dodge is done with that. Okay. We'll put a tick into Blunt. Gulan the Mourner. I have wept more than the Dragon of Sorrows. I am too tired to weep anymore. There are no tears left in this widow. This widow? Pigeon would have killed me too if he knew how dangerous I was. My husband was a hunter, and we lived on the wild game of the valley. 2 autumns ago, he died fighting a boar, and I took up the spear to feed my daughter. Now I only think of revenge. Who are you? My name is Gulan. I mourned the death of my sister. The soldiers killed her and took my daughter to Ela. Took your daughter to Ela? My daughter is strong, and she will endure. Murad will never break her spirit, but others are weaker, and I fear they will not survive. Why did they kill your sister? Because she was a soldier of the Jade Temple. The merchant Piji denounced her in the square. She died with the others who fought against Murad. Man, this is a long game. Yeah, it's a long game. Well, keep in mind, though, I've died a lot. So the 31 hours, it's actually the game time. It's like just over 20, according to the game. I've had to repeat a lot. Jade Temple. Their leader is named Aoki. She will save the stronghold of Shanghagao, and she will return to save us. The stronghold of Shanghagao. The stronghold falls. The Lake of Sorrows will soon be lost. After the defeat of the One Hand, people have begun to lose hope. Who is the One Hand? Who is the One Hand? How is it you've never heard of him? Gulan gives you a quizzical look. Suddenly, her eyes grow wide. You are the One Hand, she gasps. You must find the gatherers at once. Saj waits for you in the forest. You must hurry. Tell me about I don't know. Saji. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Shiz. And I were friends long ago. As a boy, he went exploring in the caverns. Something terrible happened down there, but he would never tell me. When he came back, he was changed. And the one you knew as Shiz is dead, he once told me, and I wept. Tell me about the gatherers. With their gifts, they'll make you fall in love or kill your enemies without a trace. The villagers of Wolong shunned them, and so the gatherers live in the wilderness. Who is Piji? A fruit merchant and a trader. The general gathered the people in the square, and Piji named those who were soldiers in the Jade Temple. When Aoki returns, the traders will die. Traders? Piji and Min. Min killed the sentries who watched over us as we slept. This is how General Pijin took Wulong without a fight. We awoke to find the Emperor's soldiers in our streets. Okay. Uh-oh. Are you kidding me? She got dodged. There we go. Nice. Ugh, so good. I gotta level that up way more. How far is she? She's nowhere near leveling. But what's her trip at? Trip is 3. Any hidden loot anywhere? Oh, yo, look at that. Anji's box. That might be a quest item. It is. A box full of paints, brushes, paper, and ink. It's a quest item. Invisible wall. Wow, they really made this city bigger than I thought it would be. I mean, it's just like a village. A lot to explore, but there's like a whole lot of nothing. Have I played Anachronox? Yeah, I have. I finished it. It was years ago. A long time. But it's actually one of those games which is so memorable that you really don't forget it. And I actually kind of wish I never played it. Just because I know we'll never get a sequel to that game. Oh, such a good game. For those of you who don't know, Anachronox was it was made by Ion Storm, I believe, and it was published by Eidos. And the best way to describe it is that it was a RPG with a combat system similar to Final Fantasy. It was it made no bones about it, like, oh, this is to what it was trying to be similar to, but the combat system was a little rough around the edges. It was a little janky. But what it had in jank, it made up for in absolute amazing story. What a storyline. And I would say don't play Anachronox only if you hate cliffhangers in video games. And the fact that that game has one of the biggest cliffhangers you'll ever see in a video game, and there's no resolution to it. It's a shame, but if you can live with the fact that the game has a cliffhanger, it's undoubtedly one of the most fun experiences you'll have playing a video game narrative-wise. It was great. I really enjoyed it. And it's got such good comedy in it. I mean, one of your party members is a planet. I said that right. One of your party members is an actual planet. Hey, Anzi! The young man stands before you trembling. You frightened me, he exclaims. I thought you were soldiers. What are you doing here? Yesterday I came to paint, waiting for the sun to rise, when General Pigeon and his soldiers marched by. I held behind a rock until it was clear, and then I ran for my life. Yeah, it was. It was a great game. But I wouldn't, if you hate cliffhangers in video games, don't play it. Because it'll suck. I felt empty once I finished that game because I knew that there was no sequel to it. Ran for your life? I'm a miserable coward. All my belongings I left in the village. Paints, brushes, poems, and ink. I tried to sneak back, but soldiers are everywhere. A miserable coward? I was a soldier before I was a painter. When I turned of age, I joined the Imperial Army. How proud I was of my sword and armor. Until I fought my first battle. Your first battle? Unspeakable horrors. A massacre on the field. My friends died headless and disemboweled. I ran. I ran into the forest. I ran until I came here. I have only one desire now. What is your one desire? To make people happy. My art is about beauty and joy, even in the midst of all the suffering. My poems are sung during the festival to help the dragon forget his sorrow. Tell me about the festival. The rainy season makes the dragon sad. He remembers then the death of Riroth. If he weeps too much, Wolong will flood, so the festivals keep the dragon happy. Who are you? My name is Anji. I'm a painter and a poet. You are a painter? Many come to this valley for inspiration. There is no place more beautiful in all Orenia, for here is the home of the Dragon of the Lake. The Dragon of the Lake? I've seen it with my own eyes. One morning, I spied in the faint of light of dawn a shadow form I spied in the faint of light of dawn a shadowy form break the surface of the water. I swear it was a dragon, but no one believes me. I have his item. It's not a quest? I can't give it to him? What's going on? Well, that sucks. Why is that guy in green? Oh. I am Kui Yi, a soldier of the Jade Temple. I know who you are. Who am I then? You are the One Hand, and you shall free Arenia in fulfillment of the prophecy. Fulfillment of the prophecy? All our hopes rest on you. Heal yourself. Seek out the gatherers. Shizi waits for you in the forest near the village. Tell me about the gatherers. The tears of the dragon give life to all that grow in this valley. Strange and powerful are these plants. The gatherers speak their language. Well, can you tell me about Aoki? Aoki was victorious at the stronghold of Lord Shang Gao. The armies of the Jade Temple are now a few hours' march from Wolong. We will attack at dawn. What are you doing here? Who's that guy in the background? I am a scout. Pijian and his soldiers occupy Upper Wolong. Do not fight them until Aoki returns. Even so, the odds will not be in our favor. Why won't the odds be in our favor? The soldiers are tired. They have fought hard, and they have marched a long way without rest. Pijian soldiers are greater in number and strength. How can we help? Complete the ritual of healing. We need your gifts if we are able to defeat Pijian and Murad. Complete the healing. You are Arenia's only hope. Since the day you were captured, our people began to despair, and the rebellion suffered many losses. If we fail here, the society of the Jade Temple will be crushed. Alright. Can't believe I can't give this dude his box. I found your stupid item, dude. Did I not pick it up? I guess I don't have a quest. Maybe I have to talk to him first? No, it's worked before. It's worked before where I've picked up an item. And then I get the quest, and then I just talk to him again and complete it. That's weird. Must be a bug. It must be a bug. I don't know, though. I don't know if I should update it on the counter or if it's needing me to do something else. Let's see. I haven't saved since the Tower of Ela? Oh my. 21 hours and 1 minute. Oh no. Oh no! I picked low, didn't I? I didn't pick save. Oh no! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I picked the wrong button. I thought it was save. Oh no. Where am I? Okay, we didn't lose that much. We just have to XP a bit. Alright, it's not that bad. I guess I don't have to talk to anyone. I can just run through it and kill everyone. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Oh no. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I guess we're gonna see a cutscene. Alright, well. Oh man.
When Lahara murdered Urath at the end
Can
of
I
the
skip
third
this?
renegade-
I can. Okay, cool. It's not that bad. I just have to fight these same fights. Joseph has to level up. First thing I'm going to do is, though, I'm going to talk with this dude and see if we can get the quest. That way I'll know if there's a glitch or not. It's actually not that bad. Big a deal. Someone chasing us? Oh, it's the background music. I thought someone was chasing us. Never mind. Where's the, where is he? There he is. Game's having some issues here. What's going on? Okay, let's just skip through this. Is that it? Okay. uh, we'll just skip through all this. All right. Whoops, I meant to click that instead. Oh, you just finished the hangar in Deus Ex. Cool. Did you, so I assume you already spoken with Anna and, the other dude. You've already taken care of Anna, I assume. Oh, she missed. I got tired of her telling me what to do. So what did you do then? There you go. You put an explosive on the wall, and when she came up behind me, she was insta-gibbed. Okay, okay, cool. What did I do? I think I sniped her. Yeah, I sniped her. Yeah, it was pretty easy. I mean, I think I did die to her a couple of times before I just sniped her from a distance. It was fun. I really got to get that trip leveled up. Whoa. He's a person you have to talk to? Heidi. The drunken soldier sits on the bridge, singing a folk song. He tosses a bottle of rice wine to the water. Pay no mind to me. I'm just celebrating our heroic victory over the people of Wolong. Heroic victory? We put brave soldiers to the sword. We branded the innocent to work and die as slaves. Is this not heroic? My heart sings with pride that I bloodied my sword this day. Your heart sings with pride? I'm so full of pride I'll drown myself in this pond. Another bottle of wine will do. Another bottle of wine? I drink for courage, for a man who raises his sword against the innocent is a coward. If only I never joined the army. Never joined the army? My family had a cottage, a plow, and an ox. I'd be dreaming of adventure, yes, but they'd be innocent dreams. Innocent dreams? Whose hand holds the sword but mine? Not the emperor's, not the general's. When the world is made whole again, and justice returns to Orenia, I will be made to answer for my crimes. Answer for your crimes? Yes, unless I drown myself first. What is your advice, stranger? Live and redeem yourself? Drown yourself. You deserve death. Farewell. We'll go with the good answer. Live and redeem. Redeem myself how? Aoki will return. Ah, now I understand. Fight for the Jade Temple, you mean. I'll think of it in your advice. Thank you, friend. No. All right, solo mode. Hide. Oh, hell. Ow. Can she solo this? Come on. There we go. Also, would have helped if I did, protect. Good thing Geek Boy erases the archive. Yeah. Geek Boy. Considering we're pretty much all geeks. That's an interesting sentence, but hey, you may not see yourself as a geek. Then again, we're watching someone play video game. Also, you know what? Now that I think about it, what's his name? Oh, geez. Is this what they meant by the forest? Wait, this was the forest just to the west? I was actually going to leave town and start exploring. No, what was I going to say? Jacobson, Geek Boy. Wasn't he a bit of a missed opportunity? It felt like it to me. Can we talk to you? My name is Song Lee. Oh, he's new. No, I felt like... I wish he did more. And then he was just like a big character. He was on the side. You didn't see him. You just talked to him. Kind of wish, like... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, doesn't matter. I'm a stone carver. What are you doing? I escaped the workhouse. Pijian has ordered us to carve statues for the Murad's tower. He works us like slaves. When they find a way to move the stone to Ela, we'll be forced to go there with the others. The stone carver? The people of Wolong mine limestone, jade, and marble in this valley. The stone is soft and easy to carve, if you know how to craft. How did you learn the craft? The secrets have been passed down through my family. Our people have carved stone for as long as the dragon has lived in the Lake of Sorrows. Tell me about the dragon. One night I had a dream. In this dream, the dragon said that we would be found by one who had been lost. When I awoke, I worked for 7 days and nights to carve the dragon I saw in my dream. Carve the dragon? We were amazed. Jimin, the blind fisherman, he has seen the dragon. When he touched my sculpture with his hands, he began to weep. In dreams, gods reveal the nature of things to mortal men. Very well. Okay. Let's go after you. Let's go after you. Ow. Are we not? Oh, we aren't.
I grow powerful.
There we go. And Joseph got back his level. Let's do this again. I forgot what I did last time. Go. Let's talk to this dude. Get this out of the way. Was that everyone? Everything I did? Yeah, I did. Okay. I think the last NPC we have to speak to is him, the trader. Oh, there's actually 2 more. Then we'll have caught up. You weren't down this way, right? It was... yeah, it was up here. Alright, the last thing we gotta grab after speaking with this NPC and getting that story out of the way, I guess. I also don't know if there's any side quests, so I just want to make sure, get this all out of the way. Is that item, the key item. We haven't gotten the quest for it, but I'll just pick it up just in case. Because I have no idea if the game is going to change again in terms of... because they said the soldiers are coming from the Jade Temple, so if this turns into a battlefield, this whole place might change. So we'll see. We'll pick it up. And then we'll go talk with Rosalind. Yeah, there they are. I gotta get that key item first. Man. Where was it? Wasn't this way, was it? It was on this side. I don't think I picked it up already, did I? No. Great. I get it the first time and now I can't find it. Yeah, I don't think it was this way. I think it was a little farther up north, wasn't it? Yeah, I didn't... Whoop. Oh, I did pick it up. Anzi's box. Huh. Alright, save. 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 $21.60. Okay, so we didn't lose that much time. Alright. Let's go, let's go get our hand back. If that's what's gonna happen. Rosalind, there you are. So the one hand has escaped his tomb. It's good to see you again, Joseph. Shizi here is a gatherer, and he will help us. Tell me about the gatherers. The gatherers are healers, and they can speak to the plants that grow in this valley. General Pigeon soldiers have been searching for them. Why is Pigeon searching for the gatherers? They have the power to heal you, and this is why Pigeon attacked Wolong. The gatherers are hiding where they cannot be found. How can Shizzy help us? Shiz will explain, but before you talk to him, there's something important I need to tell you. Something important? There are 8 rings of summoning, Joseph, not 4. 8 rings? Do you remember how the Kosani called you Salgahani? That means people of the 8 rings. People of the 8 rings? Yes. When we visit Sanavar, I wondered why the Kosani called you Salgahani instead of Salduhani, which means people of 4 rings. Why didn't you say anything? Rosalind shakes her head. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Joseph. At the time, I despised you for what Yago had done to my mother. I hated you because Laurent made me join your quest. Besides, all I had was a suspicion, nothing more. Do the Kosani know? The Kosani made the rings, but Ruka vanished in Orenia before he finished his quest. Even the Kosani may not know that the dragon rings still exist. Ruka? Ruka vanquished the 4 demons, and this ended the chaos of 10,000 years. Then Ruka disappeared. No one knows what happened to him or the 4 dragons. 4 dragons? The lore of summoners was forgotten ages ago. Only my father knew much about it. With the abbot's help, I found the books my father studied. That's how I learned about the 4 dragons. Your father? Oh boy. Machiavel, the demon of darkness, possessed my father. Machiavel? Machiavel wanted to free the demons, but leave the dragons trapped in the rings. This is why Yago never told you about the dragons. Why leave the dragons trapped? Because the dragons and demons are eternal enemies. During the chaos of 10,000 years, their war nearly destroyed the world. Who are the 4 dragons? There's the dragon of water, the dragon of 4 winds, the dragon of the forest, and the dragon of jade. The ring of water is here in Wolong. Quest journal updated. How do you know the ring of water is here? Shiz has seen it. A ghost named Nagaru guards the ring in the caverns of Wolong. There's also a fisherman who once saw the dragon with his own eyes. A fisherman? His name is Jimin. I met him at the docks, and he helped me find the gatherers. Talk to him, and he will tell you his story. Join us. Let's go. Shiz will explain the healing ritual to you, and let's ask Jimin to tell us about the dragon. End. Alright, Rosalind joins us. I am Shiz, the Gatherer. Your friend and I have kept vigil for you, One Hand. Tell me about the ring you saw. The caverns are haunted by ghosts. There I met the spirit of Nagaru of the drowned city. He had the ring that destroyed his home. You will need to go there to complete your healing. But for now, stay away from the caverns. Stay away from the caverns? Pigeon soldiers guard the only path. I can help you get past them, but now is not the time. Keep vigil? Oh, hey there, Lars. Thanks for the host as well. It's going well. And, other than that little hiccup there earlier with loading instead of saving, everything's good. Pigeon soldiers chased us into the wilderness, but the gatherers know every stone and tree in this valley. The people of Wolong were not so fortunate. Many were put to the sword. Put to the sword? All for your sake, One Hand. For the Emperor knew you would come. You must make yourself worthy of their sacrifice. You must avenge the slain. They died for my sake? You are the One Hand. You are the child of prophecy. You are the summoner born. Your destiny and the destiny of Orenia are one. How can I fulfill the prophecy? To restore your hand, we must perform a ritual. You will need 4 things: an onyx carp, a stick of charcoal, a widow's knife, and a trader's rice bowl. Oh. So this could come from the artist, this can come from the widow, this can come from the trader. The carp might come from the fisherman. Okay, why do I need the... I don't know, I'm not sure. I hope it updates in the quest log. I hope. Why do I need these things? I ask for the carp because its blood will cleanse you. I ask for the charcoal to write the runes of healing. I ask for a widow's knife because hers is the blade of vengeance. I ask for the trader's bowl so that good might come from an evil man. Tell me about the gatherers. In this valley, life is abundant, mysterious, and powerful. All things thrive with the secret of creation. The gatherers are keepers of the secret. Farewell. Alright, so that explains... Okay. That explains why we needed those items. Come on, let's go. Let's go talk to the widow first. This widow, I've already spoken to her about this. May I have your knife? That was to be the blade of my vengeance, but I give it to you. I lost everything in this world. A knife will not make a difference. Gain item, Gulan's knife. Farewell. Alright. So the only other trader I can think of who would be willing to give me something is... I mean, the obvious choice would be that dude, but the other guy who pointed out people who were traders, I mean, he's technically a trader. But we'll see if this guy gives us anything. How did you get your revenge? Do you have a rice bowl? A rice bowl? Here! You can have the bowl, but I'll not give you any rice. Not a grain. A beggar like those J Temple ruffians. That's what you are. Gain item, Minnie's bowl. Ugh. Maybe we can get the... Let's talk to the other dude. The guy who is extremely remorseful for what he's done. It was you, right? Okay. And finally... Well, not finally. We have to... I think the artist is up here. So let's return to him his... Oh, there he is. Here we go. I need a stick of charcoal. Among my paints and brushes, I have some sticks of charcoal, but I lost my box when I ran away from the soldiers. If you find it, please bring it to me. I will give you all the charcoal you need. Give him the box. Splendid! You found my box. My paints, brushes, and ink are inside. I promised you a stick of charcoal, didn't I? And he opens the box and gives you a stick of charcoal. This is for you. Thank you, friend. Gained a stick of charcoal, lost the box. Farewell. Okay, that's 3 items. One more is a fish. I assume that comes from the blind fisherman? I mean, he's the only other dude. You would think that the guy who's going to perform the ritual would have some of these items on hand. Like charcoal. But that's not how quests work. How about you, buddy? Tell me about fishing. In Wolong, we fish with birds, not lines or nets. The birds are called cormorants. Cormorants. Cormorants? And they have been our friends for generations. Tell me about the dragon. I have seen him. 8 summers ago, I fished in Banyan Cove when a storm swept in from the east. The waves tossed my boat, and I fell overboard. I tried to swim to shore, but the land was too far. My arms and legs felt like stone. How's the playthrough going through, like in the story and gameplay? Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's got a lot of technical issues and other things, but the story is what's keeping me on board. But from the depths of the dragon came. He carried me ashore. I've given you new life, he said the dragon, but you must give me something in return. What did you give the dragon? I said to him, you're the most beautiful creature in all creation. I am not worthy to look upon you, so I will give you my eyes. I returned to Wolong in the caverns. I returned to Wolong, and in the caverns I sacrificed my eyes to the dragon of the lake. Sacrificed your eyes? In the caverns there is a place we call the Dragon's Mouth. An abyss where the people of Wolong made sacrifices to the dragon of the lake. Why did they make sacrifices? Because the dragon mourns the death of Uroth. For 1,000 years he wept. This is how the Lake of Sorrows came to be. If the dragon weeps too much, the village will flood, and so the people of Wolong learned to make him happy. Long ago, we made sacrifices. Now, in the rainy season, we hold a festival so he will not be sad. Where are the caverns? On the far side of Wolong, 16 platforms rise up to the mouth of the caverns. Pigeon soldiers guard that path. Alright, now to the crux. Tell me about the onyx carp. A rare and elusive fish, but I have a bird who is clever enough. She will catch the onyx carp if you bring her a treat. Oh, crap. What kind of treat? My bird likes fruit. A mangosteen of permison. Do you have any? I have no fruit. I'll go get the fruit guy. If you bring my fruit, my bird will help you. Farewell. Probably should have talked to this dude first then. Oh, hey. Are you kidding me? Come on. Turn around, turn around. That works. Got some gold and a katana. I need some fruit. Please, take this mangosteen. Free of charge. Silver means nothing to me anymore. Gain the item mangosteen. Done that. Tell me about fishing. Onyx carp. Kind of treat. I have fruit. Thank you, stranger. And here's the onyx carp. Oh, that was fast. Seems like you already had it on hand there, buddy. Alright, so we got all the items. Oh yeah, I forgot. She can heal. Oh right, I forgot about her. Oh my gosh. Welcome back. What's her level? 16. So even with the time that's passed, she's gotten no additional levels. That kind of sucks. Oh well. Watch, she's probably dead. Hey, okay, he's there. Like, oh, he's been killed. You gotta figure out the ritual yourself. There you go. I brought the things. Okay. I brought the things you asked for. Shiz nods approvingly, accepts the items. With Gulan's knife, he guts the onyx carp. He drops the organs of the fish into Minnie's rice bowl. From his pouch, he pulls herbs, roots, fungi, and powders. He mixes the ingredients together with his hands, and he sings a song in words you do not understand. Give me your arm, the one with the wound. Shiz picks up the charcoal and inscribes a series of runes. These are words of healing, he explains. They are powerful. The gatherer smears your arm with the blood from the bull, then binds the wound with a long white cloth. Finally, Shiz offers you the bowl. You must drink this. Drink it. The warm liquid oozes down your throat, and you fight the urge to spit it back out. Through force of will, you drink the contents of the bowl. You have but 2 things left to do, One Hand, and you shall be healed. Are you kidding me? Lost the item, Gulan's life. 2 things? You must enter the caverns of Wulong and eat the plant we call the Tail of the Rokul. Tail of the Rokul? Fleece gasps. Aoki killed Tancred with that poison. Shiz nods. Many enemies of the Jade Temple have met a similar fate. There is no cure. So how is this supposed to help Joseph? Asks Rosalind. For those who undergo the ritual I have just performed, Shiz explains, the Tail of the Rokul has the power to heal. You said I had to do 2 things. After you have eaten the Tail of Rokul, you must find the Pool of Wonders. Pool of Wonders? A magical spring near the edge of the deep lake. You must go far underground, to the very bottom of the caverns. What do I do there? Cleanse your wound in the water of healing, and you will be made whole again. What about Pigeon soldiers? Leave that to me. Oh, leave that to me, Fleece replies. I got into the palace and to the Tower of Ela. I can sneak past Pidgey and his men. What are you going to do? Carry us on your back? Rosalind retorts. Stick us in your belt pouch? We can't fight an army. Shiz shakes his head. Please, I will show you how. From the folds of his robe, he draws a crystal vial dangling from a leather cord. A luminous blue liquid shines within. What is in the vial? The tears of Usaman, very rare, for it is made from a flower that blooms but once every 100 years. The tears will make you invisible. Gained item, Tears of Usaman. Invisible? There is enough for 3 of you, but be warned. The power of the tears lasts only a short time. Once you drink the vial, you must hurry. I wish you luck, One Hand. Alright, farewell. So we got the item, I guess. I can go for another 15 minutes or so. It's 10, but I'll wait till I hit the 5-hour mark. And then I'll call it for tonight. So do I drink it here or do I just straight up fight? Oh wow, that's a lot of soldiers. It's good to have Rosalind back. Two samurai. I know it said to drink it, but that's a lot of XP I'm leaving on the table. Wait, why did it aggro? Oh, there's 4 samurai up there. 4 samurai. There we go. Come on, buddy. Oh, God. This is XP I'm leaving on the table. I can't do that. Take him out. Ah! Can't backstab him. There we go. Actually, you know what, Rosalind? I haven't actually checked your armor levels in a while. She can't hold anything. Studded pants. What's this? Silk breeches. Okay. She can equip that at least. Bow weapons +3. +2. Whoa, she's being augmented by +4 to her bow? What's her... Bow weapons 8. Oh my god, she only has a bow weapon skill of 4. But because of her items, it's up to 8. That's why... Okay. God, okay. Yikes. It's a good thing I got those items then. Alright, Faith and Bless both wore off. Alright, that's gonna be a problem. Maybe. We'll see. That works. I'll take them apples. That works too. So good. So good. All right. All right. That works. Oh, come on. What happened? Did both of them run out? Okay. Cast that. Seriously? Why did you reposition yourself when I did the backstab? Oh, this game! Joseph. There we go. Alright, they're still blessed. Yeah, he's nowhere near leveling. Neither is she. None of them are. But yeah, this is kind of why you should probably do these fights. It's just XP I cannot afford to lose. This is, yeah, it's good XP. I don't know about these guys, though. Now do the backstab, backstab, backstab. There we go. Very nice. Okay. What time is it? A few more minutes. Few more glorious moments of XP getting. This is very overpowered. If it works, you can just walk behind him and do his backstab. God, this is great. I gotta really level it up. I think the next level, though, should only get 2 skill ups, so... I think backstab's gonna have to be 1 and another trip. Oh, hey there, Tiger. How's it going? Sorry, I missed a... Oh, man, it's been a while since you posted. Sorry, I was so focused. I apologize for that. I was just zoomed in on the game. Tunnel vision. I apologize. It was great to see you. You're still blessed. So let's go. Okay. It's not even... Oh, for God's sakes, come on. Move, move, move. That's what I was looking for. Excellent. Like that. There we go. Oh, does it paused? No. Same as before. Oh, she missed. She paid for it. Oh gosh. Wow. She really had to tank that herself. You can't open these, right? These are not doors, right? No. Okay. Okay, so we got new rings. Find the Ring of Water. The Ring of Water lies deep in the caverns of Wolong, guarded by a ghost named Nagaru. Jaimin, the fisherman, has seen the Dragon of the Lake. The Ring of Jade is one of the 4 dragon rings of summoning. In the chaos of 10,000 years, the war between the dragons and demons almost destroyed the world. Is this the same description for here? Essentially, yeah. So we don't know where these 3 are. Isn't the brother here for completing this quest, Durgan's Lucky Charm? I didn't see him. Let's Maybe he's up here somewhere. Oh, hey there, Milk. How you doing? Game's going well, for the most part. Excluding the fact that I accidentally loaded a game instead of saving it. Been going okay. But it's good to see you. Oof. All right. You had to refresh when you missed what was said. Oh. Game's been going good. I did screw up a load. I was supposed to save instead I loaded a game. But other than that, it's been going well. And I think I said at the end, it's good to see you. Alright, let's... That's... Are you fighting someone? What are you doing? Where are you going, Rosalind? Oh, you gotta love this angle. What is this? Oh, I can't. Loveless camera angle. Why did it do this? There we go. Switch it to low. So what style of game is this? Isometric RPG with a pause sort of thing? Kinda. So this was originally PlayStation 2 game. It was the launch. It was one of the launch titles actually. Then later on they ported to PC. So, holy crap! Look at all those guards. So it's got some consoleized elements to it, but it is kind of like that. The pause works for the most part. It's just that when you pause the game, there's no indicator when you click on anything. It doesn't give you any feedback, which is weird. But you do actually make movements. It does actually apply in the game. It's a little interesting. Alright, let's see if we can grab a couple of... one of them, maybe. It's 2 of them. Oh, only one of them. That works. Am I 33 hours into this? Yeah. I mean, it's an RPG in the end, right? But I mean, I've died a lot. I've had a couple of crashes. One crash, I lost pretty much an hour of game time. So I think I'm close to, according to the game, it's like 21 hours. Hang on. Can I get behind that guy? Maybe not. Huh. This dude's not attacking. The only long RPG I've played recently was Disco Elysium, which is easily one of my favorite games in a long time. Oh, I mean, I've heard of it. I've never played it. I heard it's good, but I've got way too many games. Way too many other games to play through. All right, so let's heal up. Let's try this again. Since he so graciously decided to turn his back to me. That works. I get, yeah, I'll probably never finish my entire backlog. No. Yeah. I'm right there with you. It's probably never gonna happen. But that's not to say I shouldn't at least try to get through these games. And it's made for fun Twitch streaming to be able to go through my backlog. It's been real fun. How much HP does he have? 340, 432, okay. Oh crap, that worked. There you go. Trip him. No, it didn't work. I mean, when it works, man, it works. Ugh, it works so well. I get burnout easy on a lot of games too, so a lot of time I'll start a game and then feel like I want to play something else, not quit yet, but crave a change of place. Yes! I know that feeling all too well. Very recently that happened with Super Mario Sunshine. From the beginning though, like I've been having problems with like I had problems with the control. I didn't like the controls. I especially don't like the camera. But I mean, I'm still going to finish it. Right now I'm at the 40th star, 40th shine, whatever it's called. But it's like just not very fun to play that game. So I moved on. I started playing a Plague Tale on Xbox. That was good. That was a lot of fun. Gameplay wise, mechanically, it has some problems, but I enjoyed the story. And now I'm on the Outer Wilds, which is really good. Outer Wilds is a really good game. That's one of those games where you don't read anything about it beforehand and just play the game. And it's way more enjoyable that way. I'm so glad I did not look up anything on that game. Highly recommend it to anyone else. If you have no idea what the Outer Wilds are, don't look it up. Just play it. I mean, you should probably play it on PC because I'm not a fan of the controller in first person, but that's just me. But man, that's such a good game. But yeah, Sunshine is a bit of a struggle to get through, and I'm getting through it. I will get through it eventually. Alright, let's save. Whoa, save. Alright, how much time has it passed? 10:31. 5. Okay. I know I said I was going to stop when I hit the 5-hour mark. I'm 15 minutes over that. Let me see if I can at least get to the ending of this. And then I'll call it a night. Oh, Jesus. The hell is that? Oh, it's a samurai. It's a samurai. Get out of here. Oh, I should have just one-hit him. Right. And backstab. Bam. So good. I think we're almost at the end. Oh wow, we're here. Do I even look back to see how much of the map has disappeared? Can I even see the city? I mean the village? Can I see that poppin'? Kinda, like you can see it. Oh man, that's terrible. That draw distance. Such good draw distance. Look at that. It's like 10 feet. Can't see anything. Alright. We're gonna walk in here, enter the new area, and then we'll call it a night. right, exit to the caverns of Wolong. Yes. And here we are. Oh, it's locked. Let's save. And let's actually move up a bit. Let's see what the caverns look like. Can I not even look at the caverns? Okay. Okay, there's a lot more of this place. I am curious what kind of enemies there are. Oh, what the hell are those? Minotaurs! Okay, curiosity's getting the better of me. I know I said I would call it a night, but I do want to fight this thing. Oh, she is no way gonna trip that thing. $65 damage. There's... Alright, they don't... Ew. 648, oh. You're the same way with games. I have so many that I don't know if I'll ever get... I have so many that I do know if I'll ever get to, and like, why did I buy it? Oh, if I don't ever... Yeah, okay. Then I'll switch to another game and just... Yeah, I need to stick to one and just play it through. Yeah, and it's difficult because... if you're someone who's on top of like, who wants to play the newer iterations of a game, like, or you're a fan of various platforms and you want to play those games on those platforms, trying to keep track of them and like jumping from one title to the next once you're finished, it can be rough. Not both on your gaming mentality as well as your wallet. But I mean, you know, even if you want someone who's patient, you're gonna still end up having a bit of a backlog. But yeah, I mean, that's why I think, like, for me, it was like Twitch streaming is like a great motivator. You need something to motivate you to play through these games. I guess it wouldn't hurt as well if there was a way to trade in your digital copy to get back to recoup some of the losses. Because sometimes you do end up playing a game which is just not for you. That's kind of a big thing. If you feel you got your money's worth and you have fun, that it is what it is. Yeah, if you play a game, even though if you play full price, if you pay full price for it, but you get your enjoyment out of it, then money doesn't matter, right? You got your enjoyment, you thought it was worth it, and that's what's important. I've easily played like games which I've paid under $10 for, and I thought they were not so good. And there are games which I've spent, I've pre-ordered, and I thought they were great, and they were well worth the investment, I thought. Oops, sorry. You've been trying to catch up on your backlog as well, Mike? I'm focused on P and C adventure games. Point and click. Okay, point and click. Yeah. With streaming, like, I've gone through quite a few of the Sierra titles, but I still have to go through LucasArts games, and there's so many other point and clicks which have come through through European developers. I've never played them. I got to play through. Oh man. Another issue I really have, especially with games with 20 plus hours, they start pushing it. You have to be really good for me to focus only on you till you're done if you're that long. Really? I mean, for me, it's like, if I'm going to play 10 hours of any game, unless it's exceptionally like difficult, or there's just mechanics with the game I just don't like. I'll usually try and play it through the end. Eventually. Like, I've been stuck on Doom 2016 for, like, since I started it, maybe last year. Or a year, maybe 2 years ago. I've just been playing it slowly. So, but I'm going to eventually finish it. But yeah, that's kind of the thing, though. If you play a game that's like 20 hours long, you have to be willing to put in the time. If it's a bad game, I mean, you're right. You're actually right. You shouldn't like waste your time playing a game. That's gonna just like be disappointment at the end. Yeah. I don't know what I'm saying right now. I have no idea. You love Doom 2016 personally, but it's short. I mean, you can put in the time. It's more, most of them I want to break in between. I mean, you can always do that. You can always like switch it up. That's why I'm enjoying the Outer Wilds right now, because between Summoner, where I sit down and like have to like think and tactically think of things, like I'm always on the edge. The Outer Wilds, it's not so much that, but you're just exploring, and it's nice. Disco's the last really long game I did. One continuous playthrough without playing other things. Oh, really? I mean, like 95% of the time, if I'm playing a game on Twitch, that's the only game I'm playing. I don't play anything else. I've only started doing that recently because I went for that $1 Xbox Game Pass deal, and then I extended it because you could use that $1 thing and buy some prepaid cards and extend that. So for essentially a much larger, I mean, it's a large amount of money, but for a much reduced rate, you're actually getting a lot more like time with Game Pass if you do it that way. If you like, you pay $1 and then you max it out to 3 years, you actually spend less money than if you were to pay monthly. So I did that. So I have like all these games you're not like just playing them. I only played and finished the Outer Worlds by Obsidian, and that was the only game I ever played on there. And I was like, wait, what? What's the point of me playing all these games on, or having access to this for this many years if I'm not going to play it? So I'm like I started forcing myself. Okay, I'm going to play through A Plague Tale, which I really wanted to play. I originally wanted to play it because I wanted to play it on PC, but then use my Steam link to play it on the couch. But I couldn't get it to work because it's an Xbox One game. It's like an Xbox Game Pass game, and I couldn't get the... You can use third-party apps to like link the link with the game and use it through Steam and all, but it doesn't work properly for me. So I just gave up and just played the console version. It was fine. It was a little stuttery, but it was fine. The best Summoner song right here. Oh, you think so? All right. Well, I'm gonna have to give it a more further listen when I can. But I think I saved, right? Yeah. So we haven't really moved anywhere. So I'll take care of that next time. All right. I think that was a good session. We made some good progress. We got a lot of story. We saw the plot twist. And now we're on our quest to get back Joseph's poor hand. But here's where we stand right now. 5 glitches, 4 crashes still, and we still haven't wiped out yet, so we're still at 20 deaths. I thought it was for sure I was going to die when Fleece was on solo, but looks like we made it. And my hand! Oh gosh, sorry. But yeah. Right. So I'll be back on Monday with part 7 of Summoner. That'll be at 1930 Eastern, 2300 GMT. And Densetsu, thank you for the follow. I also just realized that probably should have been at the top. Should be at the top. Let me fix that. There we go. Put that in the center so the next time that happens, I'll be down there. All right. Whoops. Oh, that shouldn't have happened. Give me a second. It kind of moved up here. Yes, there we go. All right, so Anvil of Dawn, Chaos Theory, Legend of Cryandia Book 1, and then Marathon. That's on the upcoming list. And those should be some good. Should be some good eats. This is a long game. This is the longest you've streamed. What do you mean, the longest game? No. This is only, what, 33 hours? I've streamed games which have lasted 90 hours. 90, almost 100 hours. No. No, we're nowhere near that. Yeah. What game was it? I hit that? Avernum was a long game. That was like 90 something hours. I think I would have dinged 100 if I hadn't beaten the game. Yeah. And maybe a couple more. But yeah, we're not done yet